This is the regular meeting of the Santa Barbara City Council, June 25th, 2024. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Harmon. Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Present.
Councilmember Friedman.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Jordan.
Here.
Councilmember Sneddon.
Here.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Here.
Mayor Rouse.
Here. Alrighty, and we have some ceremonial items. Would you read item 1, please?
Item 1, subject Juneteenth, June 19th, 2024.
Okay, this is a proclamation for Juneteenth, June 19th, 2024. Whereas on January 1st, 1863, President Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation, declaring the freedom of enslaved people in the Confederate States, contingent upon their return to the Union by that date, thus using the proclamation as both a reward and punishment, and whereas the Emancipation Proclamation did not entirely abolish slavery in the United States, it was not intended to end slavery ultimately, as it did not affect northern states like Missouri and Delaware where slavery was legal, nor did it grant U.S. citizenship to black northerners, and emancipation was delayed for many enslaved people, particularly in Texas, due to the lack of significant Union presence and the withholding of information by enslavers. And whereas African Americans in Texas did not learn of the Emancipation Proclamation until June 19, 1865, when federal troops arrived in Galveston, Texas to enforce the proclamation and ensure the freedom of approximately 250,000 enslaved people, leading to celebrations among the newly freed and the birth of Juneteenth, also known as Freedom Day or Independence Day. And whereas the city of Santa Barbara is proud to sponsor the local Juneteenth celebration, the Joy for the People Block Party that honored the late Poet Laureate Sojourner Joy Kincaid Rule. Therefore, I, Randy Rouse, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Santa Barbara, do hereby proclaim June 19th, 2024 as Juneteenth in the city of Santa Barbara, and encourage all residents to use this time to learn about the legacy of black peoples, their contribution, and stand in alliance to end racism, bigotry, and hate. And I'll let you say a few words.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Thank you, staff. As co-founders of Juneteenth Santa Barbara, Simone and myself and Shiani Dree, we're honored to receive this ongoing recognition. As the only public free Juneteenth celebration on the South Coast, we're grateful to the City of Santa Barbara for their continued support and showing up at the community event. I believe I saw Councilmember Sneddon and Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez. Thank you for showing up. That was on June 15th. Our event had a Black Artisan Market, food trucks, voter registration, nonprofits with resources, a kid zone, and library on the go, which was really fun, and performances from local artists, local black artists, which this year reached 5,000 guests. We're honored to continue this tradition as we're not the first iteration of Juneteenth in our county. Our elders and our ancestors, our community members have celebrated in churches, backyards, and parks. And a major catalyst for Juneteenth SB, as mentioned in the proclamation, was the late Sojourner Kincaid Rule. And that's why we called it Joy for the People. So I do want to acknowledge that this year took a heavy lift for us due to, city's new tax requirements, amongst several other items that happened that Simone will share about. For us, and talking to many other event organizers around town, we've shared a bit of frustration working with city staff, and we want to put on intentional, meaningful, and cool events for our community. Yet it does become arduous when working with some city departments. We would like healthier relationships, simply. As our event, among many others, provide the added culture, history, and education that this town needs. We look forward to sharing more of our experience as we work with these city departments and want to, again, have a healthy relationship. So I just want to say thank you so much for this ongoing acknowledgement, and I'm going to hand it over to my fellow co-founder.
Well, greeting council members, mayor. Again, thank you all so much for having us, for the support. As Jordan mentioned, we are so proud to have led the 7th annual celebration of Juneteenth, led by Juneteenth Santa Barbara here in Santa Barbara. But we also have to be honest, right? And we have to tell the truth about what was difficult, just as we want to tell the truth about joys. So like Jordan mentioned, we welcomed over 5,000 folks this year and talking about and sharing joy around Black liberation. We also offered over 150 free community meals because we know for so many families going to festivals and block parties are cost prohibitive because you have to pay for all of these different activities. But certainly in the process, right, we met with multiple city departments who not only shared racially biased information, treated us in ways that were harmful and sad, but then we had to navigate a new process where we didn't get the same amount of time as other festivals and block parties. We received some private apologies, specifically by the finance department and Parks and Rec for the treatment we received as Black folks and in particular as Black women. But we also want to say out loud that apologies alone are not enough, right? We spent over $6,000 at the last minute to keep up with some of these last minute changes. We also were informed, and we appreciate Parks and Rec for now saying they're going to return another $5,000 that we have been overcharged the last 3 years. But we also want to suggest, why are these things happening specifically to the only Black-led and founded celebration of Black folks in this city? I raise that because I want all of you to be concerned that we were treated this way. And again, because the apologies and the public celebrations are not enough to make up for some of the ways in private that we have been minimized and harmed. So when we talk about Juneteenth, celebrating freedom, but also the acknowledgement that our ancestors know they were not able to fully experience the same freedom as their white kinfolk. We would say in the same way, while we're so proud of what we have been able to do as Juneteenth Santa Barbara, we know that also our potential has been limited by the ways different city departments have treated us. We would be happy to share dialogue about this. We have emails, we even had recorded trainings where some of this was coming out. But we certainly want to say out loud that this was not okay. The private apologies are not enough, and certainly if the city of Santa Barbara wants to continue to be applauded for allowing a Juneteenth celebration, we are going to require more of our city partners. Thank you.
Item 2, subject to LGBTQ+ Pride Month, June 2024.
And who's going to be receiving the proclamation? Oh, they're online. Okay. Are they going to be on the screen or? Okay. So it's a proclamation for LGBTQ+ Pride Month, June 2024. Whereas 2024 marks the 55th anniversary of the Stonewall Riots, 6 days of intense protests in June 1969, following a police raid on the Stonewall Inn in Greenwich Village that specifically targeted lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and questioning patrons, which galvanized a worldwide LGBTQ+ rights movement. And whereas much progress, many within the LGBTQ+ community still face discrimination and inequity for being themselves and being open about who they love. And whereas the LGBTQ+ community, along with advocates, allies, and organizations such as Pacific Pride Foundation, continue to fight for inclusivity, equality, and acceptance of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and questioning community. And whereas the city of Santa Barbara has long been an ally to the LGBTQ+ community, including its first ever openly gay member, Tom Roberts, in his landmark domestic partnership law for gay and lesbian couples, the first of its kind on the Central Coast in the years before marriage equality in California. And whereas the city of Santa Barbara has for many years included sexual orientation and gender identity in its non-discrimination policies, has appointed many LGBTQ+ residents to commissions and committees throughout the years, and has hosted the annual Pride Festival and other cultural events. Therefore, I, Randy Rouse, by virtue of the authority invested in me as mayor of the city of Santa Barbara, do hereby proclaim June 2024 as Pride Month in Santa Barbara, and I encourage residents to join in the celebration and appreciation of the LGBTQ+ community by taking part in local pride events and becoming advocates and allies for allies who reject prejudice. And was that person online like to speak publicly?
Are you all able to hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. To the city council members, thank you so much for having us here today and for enacting this Pride Proclamation. My name is Levin Fetzer. I use they, them pronouns, and I am the Community Engagement Manager at Pacific Pride Foundation. As a queer and trans individual, I know how important visibility is, how important work such as this is, how important it is to recognize where and when progress can be made and then enact that progress. Through the signing of this proclamation, the City of Santa Barbara is enacting said progress. The proclamation that was just read in part says, many within the LGBTQ+ community still face discrimination and inequity for being themselves and being open about who they love. This could not be more true, especially for our trans siblings of color. I am so glad that Juneteenth SB is being recognized by the city during this council meeting too, for it showcases what kind of resistance we can build when we work across different communities. There are always people at the intersections of identities that are left behind, and by recognizing the work that organizations such as Juneteenth, Santa Barbara, and Pacific Pride Foundation do, the city of Santa Barbara is showing that this is becoming a place where people can be themselves and work through hardship together. The work is far from over, but this proclamation is a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have a couple of speakers on this item, and it's Amber Workman. And Amber, I believe Callie Hathaway is donating time to you to speak. So you have up to 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. I am Amber Workman, speaking on behalf of the IDEA Committee, which stands for Inclusion, Diversity, Equity, and Accessibility Through Action. We are a 23-person committee formed to engage employees in addressing topics of IDEA at the city, ultimately to better serve our community. The committee's goals are to take action to impact our organization in a positive and meaningful manner by training, creating awareness, and creating a more inclusive and welcoming environment for all. The committee members are made up of employees of varied class descriptions and represent nearly all city departments. We are here today to express our deepest gratitude to the Mayor and Council for recognizing both Pride Month and the Juneteenth holiday. Your support and official acknowledgement of these significant observations demonstrates a profound commitment to fostering an inclusive, diverse, and accessible community. Pride Month is a time of celebration and reflection for the LGBTQ+ community, honoring the courage and resilience of those who have fought for equality and continue to advocate for acceptance and understanding. By recognizing Pride Month, the city not only stands in solidarity with the LGBTQ+ individuals, but also promotes a message of respect, dignity, and love for all. This acknowledgement helps us to remember that every person, regardless of their sexual orientation or gender identity, deserves to live free from discrimination and with full equality under the law. Each individual has a powerful story. The IDEA team is powered by dedicated employees, including the parent of a transgender son who is incredibly grateful for the community's support. With over 10 years of advocacy for the safety and success of transgender youths, he has witnessed the heart-wrenching tragedies of losing other youth transgender individuals to suicide and drug abuse due to lack of support. The LGBTQ+ community urgently needs continued support. We must never forget that stories of rejection, even from their own parents, still occur today. Your commitment to recognizing June as Pride Month and supporting this cause is transformative. Your recognition to Juneteenth is also celebrated by the IDEA Committee. Juneteenth is essential to recognize a pivotal moment in American history when on June 19, 1865, 250,000 enslaved African Americans in Galveston, Texas, were finally informed of their freedom over 2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation was signed. This day symbolizes freedom, resilience, and the ongoing struggle for equality. By acknowledging Juneteenth, our city respects the contributions and enduring strength of African Americans, while also committing to address the legacies of slavery and systematic racism. It provides an opportunity for reflection and education, promotes a deeper understanding of our shared history and the work that still lies ahead in achieving true racial equality. In conclusion, the IDEA Committee is grateful for the Council's recognition of these crucial observances. It is through such acknowledgements that we collectively affirm our commitment to the values of inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility. As we reflect on these moments, we recommit ourselves to the ongoing work of making the city a place where every individual feels valued, respected, and empowered. Thank you again for your leadership and for standing with us on the journey towards a more inclusive and equitable community. Together, we are building a brighter future for all.
Thank you. All right, very good. Madam Administrator, are there any changes to the agenda?
Mayor, there's a hand raised online for, I think, public comment on this item.
Oh, we did, okay, thank you. Thanks for acknowledging that. Go right ahead.
Megan Overland, if you can go ahead and speak,
You
please.
have 3 minutes.
Megan Overland.
Hi. Hi, I'm Megan Overland, and I'm a board member with the Santa Barbara Transgender Advocacy Network. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm adding my voice today just to thank the council and the mayor for this Pride Month resolution. And I just want to reaffirm that what you're doing today really matters, that these seemingly small things send a signal to our community, to our friends, to our parents, to our neighbors, to ourselves, that being queer, being transgender, being gay, that we're okay. And that we can be accepted and that we can be safe in this community. It's especially meaningful because we know that there are a lot of places that are bowing to political pressure to not enact these types of proclamations, not support these celebrations. So I know how terrifying it can be for people to come out as trans or queer. I've been in that situation myself, and I just want to say it really matters when those around us and the allies in our community stand up and let everyone know that they're going to support us. So thank you again, and happy Pride Month.
Thank you. Are there further speakers on this item, Ms. Clerk? Okay,
No,
thank
Mr.
you.
Mayor.
And with that, we'll close the ceremonial items and move to changes to the agenda. Are there any, Madam Administrator?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Just one minor typo change, consent calendar item 4, section 1.b. There's an extra phrase at the end of that paragraph that is just simply duplicative. So there's a red line version of the ordinance at your desk. So instead of saying that is necessary or desirable at the level that is necessary or desirable, just strike that second at the level that is necessary or desirable.
All right, thank you for that. And with that, Mr. Clerk, do you have some items to read on consent?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Item 4, proposed ballot measure on transaction and use tax increase to maintain essential local services for the November 5th, 2024 general election, ordinance adoption. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara authorizing the imposition of the Santa Barbara Essential Local Services Tax, subject to approval by the electors by the addition of chapter 4.15 to title 4 of the Santa Barbara Municipal Code. Item 5, records destruction for airport department, resolution. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara relating to the destruction of records held by the airport department in the operations division. Item 6, statement of investment policy and delegation of investment authority for fiscal year 2025, resolution. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara adopting the investment policy for the city and rescinding resolution number 23-138. Item 7, resolution amending the schedule of penalties, fees, and service charges to correct clerical error, resolution. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara directing the city clerk to correct clerical errors by inserting omitted pages into resolution 24-068 adopted on June 11th, 2024, which shall become effective on July 1st, 2024, and amend the city of Santa Barbara schedule of penalties, fees, and service charges. Item 11, public hearing regarding parking and business improvement area annual assessment report for fiscal year 2025. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara fixing and assessing the parking and business improvement area assessment rates for fiscal year 2025 and confirming approval of the parking and business improvement area annual assessment report for fiscal year 2025. And item 12, California Environmental Quality Act CEQA exemption determination for 515 West Olivo Street housing project. Recommendation that council determine the proposed housing development project is a sustainable communities project and is exempt from further environmental review under Public Resources Code subsection 21155.1, implementation of the Sustainable Communities Strategy.
All right, very good. And we're going to deal with items 1 through 10, and then we'll deal separately with items 11 and 12 as consent public hearings. Are there any items that need to be pulled? Ms. Gutierrez.
Item 8 and 9, I just want to ask staff to give a little bit of background on those items for the public.
Okay, would you read those into the record, Mr. Clerk?
Yes. Item 8, subject May 2024 investment report. Recommendation that council accept the May 2024 investment report. And item 9, nonprofit organization leases at the Westside and Franklin Community Centers agreement. Recommendation that council authorize the Parks and Recreation Director to execute annual lease agreements for office space at the Westside Community Center for the Independent Living Resource Center and Momentum Work, Inc., and authorize the Parks and Recreation Director to execute annual lease agreements for office space at the Franklin Community Center for California Rural Legal Assistance, Inc., and the Santa Barbara County Immigrant Legal Defense Center.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Gutierrez.
So for item number,
Go ahead.
for item number 8, if you could just explain to the public that is listening a little bit of the background of what is the investment report.
Mayor Rouse, council members, Councilmember Gutierrez, Salvatore Parrilla, Treasury Analyst at the Finance Department. To your question, the investment report, the monthly investment report is a requirement that the city of Santa Barbara has to outline the current investment portfolio on a monthly basis and pretty much list the investments that the city has currently and break it down by vehicles, depending on which investments we're putting money in. So the monthly frequency is a requirement, and the city of Santa Barbara goes by an investment policy that we present to council annually, and the council reviews and approves, and the 30-day, monthly frequency is one of the requirements. We do also present a quarterly report, which goes a little more in depth as far as the current economic environment and interest rate environment. But for example, if you look at the city of Santa Barbara's portfolio for the month of May, so the total is $372 million, and that's broken down in the different investment vehicles that are invested in. I'm happy to answer any other questions that you have.
No, thank you so much for answering the questions. And the reason that I asked is because I'm really proud of our finance department, how they've done such a great work. You guys have done such a great work in just being very transparent to the public. And I did get a couple emails about this specific consent calendar, so thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And for item number 9, the reason that I'm pulling this is I'm very familiar. I have worked with these specific nonprofits in the past, and they do such a great work within the community. And I want to highlight them, and just if you can give the public a little bit of background, who they are and what they do.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez. The Westside and Franklin Community Centers rent out space at a nonprofit rate to various nonprofits in the community. I don't have the list memorized. I can follow up in more depth via email, but they are all tenants that have been occupying this space for 5 years or more. They all have signed their lease agreements and don't have any concerns about it. But by offering this space at a nonprofit rate, it allows these different nonprofits to go ahead and do their, the good work that they do in the community while not having to pay top dollar rates for their rent.
Thank you.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Thank you so much.
And Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I just want to confirm that item 12 is already being pulled.
It's going to be a separate hearing, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Jordan?
You ready? So I'll move items 1 through 10 with the revised language on number 4.
Okay, first by Jordan, second by Harmon. All those in favor, would you put the vote up, please?
Okay, we have a motion from Mayor Pro Tem Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Harmon, to move the balance of the consent calendar, minus items 11 and 12, which will be separate public hearings. Go ahead and vote, please.
Passed unanimously, thank you. And with that, we'll move to our general public comment. There'll be 3 minutes at the dais for any item that is within the purview of this body, but not on today's agenda. And we'll begin with Art Ludwig.
Switch over the video.
Austin, do we have always calling out for Art for a visual aid?
Okay. Honorable Mayor Rouse, council members, and city staff, thank you so much for making State Street safe for sustainable transportation. Yep, having a technical issue here. Yep. You've created a Santa Barbara-style ecological oasis for parents and kids to be part of civic life and a toehold for their sustainable future. We've seen that low-cost tweaks to the State Street parameters have big effects. Going car-free brought out kids, the handicapped, and the elderly, reduced accidents and noise, improved air quality for everyone. Parkettes made it vibrant and got us to eat out more. Trimming the parkettes and designating the 500 block rideable made the best configuration, in my opinion, to date. It was the optimum balance between walkable, rideable, sittable, and a functional fire lane. The lane painting made it clear that different design is needed for low speed and high aesthetic commons relative to high-speed freeways. San Luis Obispo has developed their own different design for slow streets, and this experience demonstrates that it's best to experiment first on a smaller scale or with washable paint, so it's easy and low cost to change course. We're close. The easiest path forward is to assess the previous adjustments to the parameters, make low-cost minor tweaks and trials, assess again, and invest in making a configuration permanent or universal only when the formula is proven. There's a few suggested tweaks to try. Run trolleys on a trial basis. Doesn't need a track. Why not just try it? Add rear baskets to the B-cycles to safely carry purchases. Figure out a way to ticket speeding e-bikes. I feel like we're a dozen $500 speeding tickets away from eliminating most of that problem. Add housing, especially could be interesting, affordable car-free single-room occupancy housing could be for hundreds of downtown workers and create kind of a foundation for business on State Street. Collect public input in the open air on State. Thanks again for helping Santa Barbara-style prosperous ecological oasis evolve downtown.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lark Bateau.
Yes, hi, my name's Lark Bateau, and I've lived here in Santa Barbara since 1975. I've been a part of the arts and the education function of this town. I love it very much, and I have a lot of very heated conversations about downtown. I really appreciate, where'd he go? The gentleman that just shared. So I was encouraged to just put forth some of my ideas, or our ideas, that we thought would make downtown Santa Barbara really good for everybody. And I do agree with the electric trolleys going up and down State Street. I think that would really be good for people and the environment. And the tourists who come on the cruise ships, They don't get all the way up to the art district. It's too far for them to walk. So I work up there, and if there was a trolley, they could take it. They could, one suggestion is like a $5 all-day fee up and down the street. They could jump off, jump on, and so forth like that. So no cars. And the electric bikes definitely need to be addressed because they're really hazardous and scary for pedestrians. I've almost been hit a few times. Seems like the e-bikes and a lot of bicycles too don't seem to know what pedestrian right-of-way is. So I was suggesting we have a beat cop on State Street, which would, just his presence or her presence, would keep the vagrants and crazy teenagers from scaring regular folks on the street. I've seen some really serious wheelies down the street lately. I think outside dining is a really great idea. All over Europe, you have outside dining. I would suggest, though, that the dining area be attached to the restaurant, not a separate parklet, but actually coming right off the restaurant. And we can configure the sidewalks, which we have a great deal of room for, like they do in Paris and so forth. Shade trees are essential, but also the care of the shade trees is really important. Again, it's environmental, it creates oxygen, it keeps people cool, it keeps the environment cool. Shade trees are really important. I believe that the whole garden environment that we could create on State Street could be very beautiful and also beneficial. I believe most businesses have failed because of online shopping, but also the rents are extraordinarily high. And I have kind of a crazy idea here, which goes back to when the Paseo Nuevo was put in and displaced or destroyed actually about 36 local businesses. And they put the Paseo Nuevo in, they subsidizes the big stores like Macy's. And what if this is kind of crazy, what if we subsidize local businesses so that they can pay the rent? It's really a big issue. It is really the biggest issue for most of the people that I know that have shops. I agree to more music on the street. Oh, time's up.
You're all set. Thank you very much.
Okay, low decibel, please.
Yeah.
I think that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Clint Orr.
Mayor Rouse, council members, I'm Clint Orr. You probably see me around somewhere in Santa Barbara County by now. Growing up, I always had Black and Asian friends. I still do. And there's very few in Santa Barbara in that county, and that's kind of the way it is. So it's kind of hard to make everything even when everybody in Santa Barbara County pretty much is white or Spanish speaking, and that's cool. I'm not arguing with that, and I'm cool with everything that is being done. Now, as far as the LBGT plus thing, QT, my daughter Frankie is queer. She's in West Hollywood. I have no problems with that, so I don't. She's got me wrapped around her little finger. And she's also a dancer and a filmmaker, as am I. Me, I'm a breeder, and, I'm sorry about that, but that's how I roll. I've got 4 kids. Now, let's talk about the presidency of the United States. And I know you don't want to hear it, but I'm running for president of the United States as an independent from Santa Barbara, California. And you smirk at me, but I am. All right? You'll see. I have no criminal record. I've never been to an AA meeting. I'm telling you, man, you got to watch out for me. My dad was a hero in World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. You knew that, right? He spent 30 years in the Air Force and retired as a bird colonel, and he was the auditor of the U.S. Air Force. Now think about that. He's a CPA. So I was born in boot camp, and I understand Europe. I was born in Wiesbaden, Germany. Don't accuse me of being a German. My dad was on duty. He did not like Germans because they killed all his friends. So I'll be the first president that's born in Germany. And if you don't like it, that's cool. So I'm going after the popular vote. I will get more votes than those 2 guys. I will. Just independent, Santa Barbara, California, Clint Orr. I'm tall, I'm charming, I'm athletic, I'm good looking, and I'm determined. So anybody that thinks I'm not doing it is wrong. So we'll see how the next 4.5 months go. Today's a Tuesday. How many Tuesdays I got left? I'll be attacking mostly on video. I have video accounts, so I don't have to go to Iowa to do this. And I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat. I am an independent from Santa Barbara, California. And I believe I'm going to get the most votes. So we're going to wait and find out, and I'm cool with that. But I want to just let you guys know again. And I got to change the issues in Santa Barbara County, too, and I'm working on them. Thank you.
Steve Price? Mr. Price still here? Is he left? Okay, we're good. And do we have any speakers online?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have one speaker online. Mr. Ashland, if you want to unmute yourself to speak, please.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor and City Council, thank you for your time. Here's the bottom line. Downtown is more beautiful and vibrant now than it was before COVID. We can make it even better by enhancing safety and excluding bike riding from a couple of blocks. The mixed survey showed that 99% of people want to feel safe, 98% want a vibrant space, and 94% love eating and drinking outside. So let's keep the bikes off 2 blocks after 10 a.m. We could leave it open during the morning so they could commute to work on their way down to their office or whatever. People might need to hurry to work, but an extra block or 2 on the way home shouldn't be too much to ask. And couldn't we also maybe possibly faux paint bricks on the 500 and 600 blocks so that it looked like the sidewalks that we want to run across, but we don't have the money to do? We could involve the community in this. The restaurants could donate gift certificates to those who help paint the stenciled bricks on the ground. This would benefit downtown and foster community spirit, a stark contrast to the divisive approach our mayor has taken lately. We need to come together rather than be split apart. Downtown won't be vibrant without great retail, great restaurants, and strong local support. Let's set our egos aside and make downtown something we're all excited about again, like the first year of the promenade before Mayor Rouse. That was fun for everyone who visited. Thank you for your time.
Any further speakers online? Okay, with that, we will close general public comment. We're going to move now to our consent public hearings, and we'll begin with item number 11, which you've already read into the record. And with that, do we have a staff report?
Mr. Mayor, you can just open the public hearing and see if there's public comment and close the public hearing if there are
Okay.
none, and then take a vote.
All right, I'll open the public hearing. I do not have any requests for public comment in person. Do we have any online for number 11?
No, we have no public comment.
Okay, and with that, if there's no questions from council, we will entertain a vote on item 11A and B. Moved by Jordan, second by Harmon. May we have the vote, please, Mr. Clerk?
Okay, we have this vote to adopt the recommendation moved by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Harmon. Go ahead and vote, please.
She's not, she'll have to abstain. Absent, yeah. Let's go ahead and let's just post it, please. Or we'll let you. Okay, can we push abstain, Madam Attorney?
Yeah, we'll record it as an abstention due to absence.
Thank you. Okay, we'll record it as passes 6-0, 1 absent. Thank you. Okay, we'll move to item 12, which has also been read into the record. Do we have any staff report on that?
There's not a staff report prepared, so if the council would like to
All right.
hear a public comment, and then the staff is available to answer a question.
First I'll open it up to questions from council for staff if there are any. Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I have a question and then possibly a recommendation, but just a question about For the CEQA, as this is a builder's remedy project, I'm just thinking of consistency with CEQA, and what would it do for the project or to the project if we were to have a CEQA analysis? Would there be much of a delay, or would we anticipate this one would be a quicker one, or if you could just speak to that?
Hello, Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Sneddon. My name is Julia Peugeot, environmental analyst. If the council does not find that the project meets the criteria for the Sustainable Communities Project exemption, then staff would proceed with an initial study, and then that would be either an MND or EIR afterwards.
Could you say what an MND is?
A mitigated negative declaration. And so that would be preparation of a checklist that goes through each resource in the CEQA guidelines, followed by a 30-day public review, if it's a mitigated negative declaration. And following, there would be a final document, and then that would be move forward for adoption.
Okay, thank you. And we would anticipate with this project, since it's already the recommendation to forego the CEQA, we would anticipate that that wouldn't be too lengthy of a process, or?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Sneddon, we typically estimate 6 months for that process.
Okay, thank you. And is this when I would make my comment, or?
No, we have some speakers left on this.
Okay, thank you.
Would staff please cite the appropriate law for not having parking in this particular project?
Yes, Mayor Rouse. Under this project, Senate Bill 375 applies.
And would you give us a quick synopsis of that, please?
Yes, SB 375 is a package of bills that are related to climate action and the reduction of GHGs. And a subset of that includes included modifications to the CEQA guidelines and offered CEQA streamlining for projects that meet the state GHG reduction plan. And that includes projects that must meet a long list of criteria.
And in this case, that would be, what's the trigger for this case to qualify for that?
Mayor Rouse, one of the key aspects is a project that is within a quarter mile of a high-quality transit corridor.
Thank you. All right, very good. Mr. Jordan, do you have a question for staff?
Yep, sorry. I was going to include this in my comments, but I don't have a JD after my name, so that I'd just ask the question so it could be explained publicly. A bonus density, Madam City Attorney, a bonus density project like this, if there's a disagreement that goes to, in the way we handle it, or a determination that we make, and the project wants to litigate to resolve that disagreement, could you briefly go over what the ramifications are if we come out on the wrong side of that legal ruling in terms of both costs to litigate and who pays for who, and the judgment costs and the penalties per unit?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, so this is not a bonus density matter. This is, was filed under the builder's remedy. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong.
I think some of those still apply though, right?
Generally, under, if there's litigation under this kind of the Housing Accountability Act, if we go into litigation and it turns out that the city was not acting in good faith, we would be subject, and we lose in that litigation, we would be subject to paying not only our own attorney's fees, but also the project applicant's attorney's fees. And then if the court determines that we were not acting in good faith, and we do not, and the court orders that we change and correct the decision, we could be subject to penalties and damages depending upon the number of units in the project.
And staff analysis at this time would be, my words, equivalent of the good faith path is the recommendation that staff has made.
Under the builder's remedy projects, projects are subject to CEQA review. So staff is recommending this level of CEQA review, the statutory exemption, and they have done the review to justify the statutory exemption that they're recommending here. So, yes.
Thank you.
All right, very good. We do have a few speakers and some online. I'm going to say that we'll accept speaker slips until 5 of 3 and also raised hands online until 5 of 3 on this particular item. And we will start with Karen Martin. 3 minutes at the podium, please.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. I don't usually come to these meetings. I don't usually come to these meetings because life here is good. And I work all the time. But we spent a lot of money to live here in Santa Barbara and enjoy our lives here. And we live in our house and we contribute to the community. And when this property was on the market, I met the buyer. And because I was helping the realtor that day, she's a friend of mine, he promised me that he was going to have enough parking for the development. And the sign that has been up for the last 2+ years has been a 6-unit building, not a 25-unit building. We only have 17 parking spaces on our little street, and parking is really a challenge. It's always parked full of people going to the hospital, doctor's appointments, and some neighbors. And it is always a difficult place to park. This is going to completely more than double the cars on our street. It's a tiny little cul-de-sac in a flood zone, actually. And for him to say in the newspaper article today that nobody's going to have a car, that's just completely untrue. Completely untrue. We love our little neighborhood. It's a really safe place to live and a really friendly, welcoming place to live. And I really hope that you all will force this project to add parking. Please, we are begging you. And it also, does it have to be so dense? We're all for more people moving in, especially if they're nice and they want to be good neighbors and be involved in our community. We love that. But please don't force this parking issue down our throats. It's going to make life so challenging for us. Thank you for your time. Please.
Thank you. Terry Malinowski. Please, let's not clap and can hope that. Get everybody a chance to speak.
Afternoon, Mayor Rouse, council members, Terry Malinowski. I agree with what Karen said, and I would just like to make the point that the staff level of environmental review did not mention parking once. And I just feel like this is a real world issue right now, real life for our little community. And if we could just take a look at that, I'm not even asking you to say, well, let's require a certain amount of parking spaces. I'm saying, can you just require a professional to look at it and see how this works out? And I wouldn't ask it if I didn't know that you, as a council, are allowed to do this pursuant to the code and the housing. What would you call it? The Housing Accountability Act. It doesn't preclude CEQA, and so if you could just ask the developer to take a little extra time, do that research for us, that would just feel a lot better. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Diane Durst. Diane Durst still here? Okay. Move on to Patricia Colon.
Hi, thank you for your time. I'm Patricia Klon, and I live in this neighborhood that's with the proposed development. And I'm right across the street. And I understand the state regulations which limit the authority of the council in this matter. And I also realize there's been a preliminary environmental review. But after speaking with many of my neighbors, it's clear that the anger and stress level is really high in anticipation of this unplanned massive overdevelopment. We have so many pedestrians and children in this neighborhood, and I think the project will significantly impact traffic and safe circulation. So due to the negative impact on our community, we urge you to order an environmental impact report. In our minds, it's an absolute necessity and due diligence, given the need to preserve the safety, the livability, and the character of our neighborhood. And at the very least, I'm requesting parking permits and a traffic study for warrants to justify additional stop signage at the corner of Oak Park Lane and West Los Olivos. But I want to remind the City Council that this development is a result of the city's difficulty completing the general plan on time. And so my neighbors and I are really being asked to pay the bill for this lapse, even if unavoidable. And we're hoping the council can and will mitigate the damage that's being caused by finding that the CEQA exemption doesn't apply. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Matt Martin?
Thank you, Council. Actually, my wife, Karen, sort of stole my thunder after she read my comments. So, but I concur with everything that she said and everybody else has said. And I would just amplify and repeat a couple of things. One is we in the neighborhood had always thought that this was a 6-unit development with parking. This is when overnight, on Sunday night, we find out this has now gone from 6 to 25 units with no parking in a little neighborhood cul-de-sac that's got 17 spots, because I went out and counted them. And they're always full. I would just ask you today to just, instead of sending this off via approval, via consent, is go back and consider this a little more. And maybe we can work something out. But as my wife has said and others are saying, we were always for the 6-unit with parking development. Not a problem at all. You wouldn't hear anything from us. Even if it's a little more than that, even if it's something in between, somewhere. But 6 to 25 with no parking, it's going to be parking hell. So please, thank you.
Thank you. Mike Ryu?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and esteemed council members. Thank you for hearing me out. My name is Mike Ryu, and I just moved to Santa Barbara last August. I spent a year, and Santa Barbara is beautiful. I didn't really quite expect a city like this. I thought it would be like any other town, but really, the city residents and the government did a wonderful job. I have a 21-month-old daughter, and we are just having a great time living in Santa Barbara, right in that neighborhood. And I would just love to echo all the things the other residents, longtime residents even, have said, and to reconsider the policies and the decisions, because Santa Barbara is not like any other city in California. I tell that to all my friends. It's a special city. It's there. You will not find a city like this. And I understand and totally empathize with the need to increase housing. As somebody who lived in a high-density housing before, I appreciate them. And I would love, especially for the folks who are unhoused, to have more opportunities to have housing. So this is not to say, not in my backyard. In fact, yes in my backyard. And if new folks are gonna move into Santa Barbara and have a life, hopefully like mine, I would love them to enjoy the same things that I enjoy. Of course, parking is one of them, but in general, the safety, the beauty, free from stress. I moved from South Korea. In fact, I just got my citizenship last June. So this is my first time participating in government. And I lived in high-density housing. I've lived in areas where you don't need cars, and I know exactly what that looks like. There are pros and cons, and there is a grander social infrastructure that's required for people to really thrive if people are to live without cars. I'm sure as many of you, as much as I do, enjoy, say, going to Costco. High quality food, low cost. And if you're like me, you walk in there thinking that you will buy, I don't know, chicken meal, and you walk out with a couple of boxes. Just practically speaking, American lives, my father would like to put it, South Korean, by the way, cars are like having shoes. You kind of need them. And if the new residents, my neighbor's going to move in and have a great life, I would love for them to not have to stress about these parking or any other issues that other residents have spoken about. Again, I am all for the intentions. The intentions are great, and I would love to have more neighbors. I would love for my child to grow up with more children. And I would like for all of them to have a chance, a thriving life, not having to worry about cars, having enough space, and for families to be able to stay there long and think about siblings, right? Growing the family. And that's the picture I think that Santa Barbara suits the most. Not just cramming people for the sake of cramming people. I understand all the reasons, but thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you. Congratulations on your citizenship. We will move to online speakers.
We have two speakers. First will be Zachary Aboud, followed by James Carbone. Zachary Aboud, if you want to unmute yourself and speak, please.
Sounds good. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Everyone, Zachary Aboud here. I am calling on behalf of the Teado Grove Homeowners Association at 2121 Oak Park Lane. We share, our lot is adjacent to this proposed development. So to help kind of paint the picture, similar lot size, ours is perhaps even a little bigger, 13 units, 29 spots for parking. As it stands, that's going to be 25 studios with 0 parking. And I spoke with the developer. He has said that he will work with the housing authority in DMV to ensure that no residents there have parking. I don't believe that that's enforceable. I see that there's workforce housing across the street that uses the street parking as well. I don't know if that's something that's actually enforceable, and even if it is, I don't believe that it will be enforced in the city. Our 13-unit complex is directly affected, being the adjacent lot to this 25-unit project attached below. We were not made aware of the changes to this plan until recently with the notice that was mailed. We were rather pleased with the original 6-unit proposal that is still on display out front. The new yellow notice of development must have been put up somewhat recently. I would be lying if I didn't say that the sentiment is that of a bait and switch with this development. There are now 25 units proposed on a similar size lot as ours, 13 units, with, mind you, 29 parking spots, with no on-site parking on this new development. The availability of parking on Oak Park Lane and Los Olivos is challenging at best in the current state. Apartments at 2221 Oak Park Lane are currently being renovated, and the overflow parking from there is not yet realized. Apartments at 416 and 418 West Padre Street also create tremendous overflow of parking by residents that have multiple vehicles with not enough on-site parking. The workforce housing parking apartments, as I previously mentioned, at 2124 Oak Park Lane have a large lot, yet multiple vehicles are kept on Oak Park Lane as well. This project at 515 West Los Olivos will adversely affect the quality of life for many residents in the neighborhood. We would like to see lower density housing with some dedicated on-site parking be constructed. Perhaps converting Oak Park Lane to resident-only parking would help as a mitigating control. As of now, residential visitors compete with medical staff and patients, along with apartment complexes where multiple large trucks and SUVs are jockeyed around on an ongoing basis. I regularly see commercial work trucks park on Oak Park Lane and then have the driver picked up and go off to some other location. I recognize the housing crisis and the opportunity this presents for Mr. Johnson to have a development where the ROI numbers work out. Perhaps instead of calling this a builder's remedy, we would call this a builder's dream to pump this much housing into a single family home residence with this lot. I have focused on the challenge of parking so far, but safety is also a concern. There have been numerous police contacts this year at the current single family home rental where this
Thank you.
project
That's time. Thank you. We have the next speaker, please.
Yes, James Carbone, if you can unmute yourself and speak, please. James Carbone.
Thank you. And good afternoon to Mayor Rouse and City Council. I will try to consolidate my comments by starting with, I agree with absolutely everything that's been said so far. And I too was caught somewhat unaware of all this. I found out in a Newshawk article this morning, so had little time to prepare, but I'm glad at least a couple of my neighbors figured this out too. My situation is I have owned 2 small houses on a lot there for over 10 years and watched this neighborhood change a bit over that time. Parking has definitely gotten a lot worse, as people have mentioned, over the last 3 years or so, and it's a great little neighborhood. It's kind of unique in unto itself, like a lot of small Santa Barbara neighborhoods are. But a couple of things I'd like to add to this. Over the time that I've been renting there, our experience is typically there's 1 car per adult. So I think you need to take that into your considerations. A lot of people have pointed out the claims that have been made about these people aren't going to have cars, et cetera. But it's visitors. There's going to be just more cars than this neighborhood can really handle. And that's really my only complaint. I think a lot of you know I've written papers to City Council advocating for affordable housing. I don't have a NIMBY problem. I'm happy having affordable housing nearby. I have affordable housing actually on the other side of my fence. They're a great neighbor. I have no problem with anything. They just need to have parking. I hope you will find a way. I know you have constraints, and I don't know if there's anything you can legally do, but if there is any way you can help this neighborhood and actually the rest of the city with other developments by not allowing high density with no cars, it would truly be appreciated. Thank you very much. Oh, one other quick closing comment. I noted, actually my wife noted, they only provided 9 parking spaces for bikes even, so they don't even have bicycle parking in this area. Anyway, with that, I'll close. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
No further speakers, Mr. Mayor.
No further speakers. Okay, very good. Well, that will come back to council for comment. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few questions. First, and based on the public comment, I feel for the neighbors. I think you've raised issues that 100% agree with you on. There will be impacts with it. But I also know the severe constraints that are placed on cities, and Councilmember Jordan asked the question earlier, but I do have a couple follow-up questions, maybe more for the city attorney. First, as part of the recommendation, it's that the proposed housing development project is a sustainable communities project and is exempt from further environmental review. What are the findings that we would need to make to say it's not a sustainable communities? And then if we made that determination, what does that mean? Does it go in for more environmental review? And then another question I have is, say the environmental review comes in and it says, hey, there's going to be parking impacts, but this is a builder's remedy project. What does this all mean if we weren't able to go, if we did not make the findings today?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, so if the council cannot make the findings for a sustainable community that are contained in attachment 1, there's, I think, 19 findings there. So if you cannot make those findings, then you could send it back for further environmental review, which I think Ms. Peugeot explained what that course would be, and perhaps staff can explain, the alternatives. It would be they would go through the checklist, the initial study checklist, and then that would set the course for what the further environmental review would look like for the project. And maybe Ms. Peugeot or Ms. Ostringer can explain further where that would potentially go from there.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Council members, I would like to add that in the initial study checklist, since 2020, the thresholds for transportation have changed under Senate Bill 743. Senate Bill 743 dictates that the metric that we use for transportation is vehicle miles traveled and does not include a requirement to assess parking impacts. In fact, we are not able to determine that a parking impact is a significant impact, and we are not able to require CEQA mitigation for parking issues. And I would also like to add that earlier this year, in March, this council adopted an updated transportation model, which included local thresholds for CEQA and transportation, and those metrics also rely on vehicle miles traveled and does not include parking.
So just to be
Councilmember Friedman, just,
clear,
I want to
yeah.
be clear that this is a state requirement, that it's not a city requirement, so that we're following state law and that we cannot do a CEQA analysis on parking. So I just want to make it clear that this is not necessarily the city's requirement.
Yeah, I just wanted, on that last point, we were basically making ours consistent with the state law. So that would mean that even if we went back and did environmental review, it would be on vehicle miles traveled, and because of the state legislation that's already been adopted going back a few years now, all the parking issues that the neighbors are raising cannot even be considered? Is that what, as I understand it?
That is correct, not under the CEQA framework.
Okay. That's a tough one to think, but it ties our hands on that. So I guess back to my other questions then is, if we were to go forward with this path, is there anything we can do in terms of parking permits, restricting parking on to this property for cars? Is there anything we can do to try to address the concerns? Because they will be there. The parking, I have no doubt what the neighbors are saying is going to happen.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, CEQA would not be the appropriate framework to make those, to ask for those requirements. It would have to be outside of the CEQA framework.
And if there was like a residential parking permit program for this street, would every unit on the street be eligible for that? Then I don't know if someone with parking's here that, so those 25 units would then be eligible as well? So you'd be making a permit parking program for all the new units as well, which
Our
kind of
Public
defeats the
Works
purpose.
Director is in the back. Maybe he can come up and speak to the permit parking requirement program. Thank you. Director Maurer.
Director Maurer.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members, Councilmember Friedman, Public Works Director Cliff Maurer. You are correct. If we did a residential, they would have to go through the process of applying for and getting the necessary, and I don't have the exact numbers, necessary number of applicants from that neighborhood to apply and get a residential parking program established, which is very possible, but everybody, all the residents in that area would have to be eligible, which I assume would be the 25 additional studios that are requested in this development. What it would prohibit is people who aren't residents from parking in that area. Of course, it would also depend on enforcement.
Okay, thank you.
So we're just we have to do this in a hearing manner, so. But I do have a question to follow up with Mr. Friedman's. I'll let you still go there, but because the RPP program is based on a vote of the particular neighborhood, but could you exclude, so everybody else has had within their building permits and whatnot, nobody else has been excluded from the requirements for off-street parking. This particular project is. Could this council at some point make a finding to say, the rest of the neighbors could have RPP, but the new development could not, since they didn't provide any parking whatsoever for themselves? It might be a change in your ordinance, but I mean, I don't know if that, I was just trying to look for solutions here.
Mayor Rouse, I'm not qualified to answer that question. I have to turn that over to the city attorney's office to investigate.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Eric, sorry.
Well, those are all the questions I had. I mean, I feel for the neighbors, but but as to Councilmember Jordan's original question to the city attorney earlier, is if we go down a path that ultimately gets us to where we are and we delay it, then there could be severe penalties for the state legislation when you're dealing with builder's remedy projects or Senate Bill 330 projects, bonus density. And then the project gets built anyways. And you, taxpayers, get to pay for that project. Attorney's fees, as we heard, plus penalties, and you get the exact same outcome. So at this point, I need some time to think about it, but I just want to say I feel where the neighbors are, but I also understand the stakes that are at risk is if we don't go forward with this. So I'm open to hearing what my colleagues have to say.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to offer really anything that sounds any better than that. I've talked, or I've emailed back and forth with a couple of you and shared my thoughts, which are more of the same. And we did migrate to a neighborhood parking program, and I passed along the planner who is responsible for that. It's Megan Salas in our Public Works Department. So those of you who are here today who haven't been part of that email chain, you might want to look into that. I would personally support a work project to change the ordinance to reflect this, because this isn't just a one-off. This will be not even a builder's remedy thing. This is a nexus to transit center issue that will be anywhere around those transit centers. And if we're saying that we're putting units out there and they're not going to need parking spaces, then they shouldn't get the benefit of a parking space if the rest of the neighborhood needs those parking spaces on the street. So that's simply a kind of a Monday morning duh that we should react to more modern life with that ordinance. So I'll just repeat what I've said in my emails. It's a consequence of the Housing Accountability Act. We were a little complicit in that, but I don't think that anybody got their housing element in on time. And it's no mystery to me that in this type of arena, the state of California does not care about traffic, parking, or density in single-family neighborhoods or multifamily neighborhoods. They're interested in only one thing, and that's more units. And they have no interest in addressing the issues locally that impact you on a day-to-day basis. And the parking issue is a direct result of other legislation that has a nexus to how far away a major transit hub is. If there's a positive in this that the neighborhood bears, as you go through that, is it good communities thing? Wonderful communities thing. The requirement there for that finding is only 10% low income, and we're actually getting double that out of this project. We're getting 20%. So there's a little bit of a plus there. And my impression of the explanation of where we are in CEQA is we could elect a different, we could not make the findings and elect a different CEQA path, but the outcome will be the same. It'll just add 6 months to the misery and lead to the same outcome. And I don't know why we burden anybody sitting in here with that type of false expectation that it's going to lead to something else. So I'll be supporting staff's recommendation.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. So I just want to lead by saying that I think the Builder's Remedy projects are new. We don't have that many of them to consider. And there are a lot of benefits of this particular project, and I'm looking for good faith consistency in how we approach these types of projects, that because they're so new and because they are sort of outside our normal zoning and charter and normal ways that we plan, that I think each one of these should just have a CEQA analysis as just part of what we do, without any inconsistency in that. So it's not about this project or another project. And I did talk with staff before this and before today, about whether that would create an inconsistency or any kind of issue with that. So that's my only comment, is that I just think given what neighbors are saying, even without parking, I heard reference to flooding or floodplain, and I don't know if it floods in that area given recent changes in flooding patterns. So I would rather err on the side of just that with these projects, because they're so different, that why not just do CEQA analysis, especially if there are any concerns brought up. So without picking on one project or another project, and certainly not talking about litigation or fighting, but just what's within our sort of rights is to do a CEQA analysis in-house. And I realize that that's already the recommendation, that it would pass CEQA analysis from staff. So it seems that it could be done relatively quickly. And I guess I have a question about that. Does it present any good faith issues? Which I certainly do not want to do that.
I'm going to defer to Ms. Ostringer. She's up and ready to speak on that.
Ms. Ostringer.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Sneddon, there is a case that came out recently out of San Diego where the council had been considering an exemption. It was, in this case, it was 015-183, and then decided it required more CEQA analysis, and strange enough, they got sued the other way, and they lost because they were requiring too much CEQA. So there's that to consider, and then also with the good faith, if there is a statutory exemption that they can qualify for, then if we can't make the finding, and you couldn't make the one of the findings, then I think you would be fine. But if you're just saying, we just want to do a CEQA analysis, even though it's meeting all of these statutory exemptions, there could be a problem there.
Thank you for clarifying that, because that's a new piece of information, that we could have too much CEQA. So the one in the findings that I'm just gives me pause, since we're hearing loud and clear we can't talk about parking, and that's not the one, but the floodway and the intensification of use within the floodway, and one of the public commenters mentioned the flood zone, and so I think that's the one that I'm interested in, and I certainly don't want to overburden CEQA if it's unnecessary.
Through the mayor to the council, there are, as you know, I think there's 19 findings, so that there's room to go through them and carefully analyze them. If council disagrees with any of those, then
I just read through them, and I think it's the floodway one is the one that stood out to me, but I may not have council support. I definitely don't want to be out of the lane, but it was a comment, it came up in public comment about the floodway. Is there any?
Councilmember Sneddon, is there a question about the floodplain?
It came up in public comment that this may be in an area where there's flooding, and that with the intensification of use, and it's one of the findings, one of the 19 has to do with the floodway. So it's more of a question to you if that's something that further analysis may be warranted.
Councilmember Sneddon, the project site is not located in a FEMA floodplain.
Okay.
And that is the standard that we use to make that determination.
Okay, thank you. So your staff recommendation, after looking in detail at the findings needed for a sustainable community, is that the findings have been satisfied, and those are what are presented to us?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That was similar to what my line of questioning and comment was going to be. You know, I went through these sustainable communities elements, and unfortunately, I don't see any way around the way that this law has been laid out and the way that it's currently being applied. And I just want to say how sorry I am. I received a fair number of emails. We all did over the last few days. I read them all and really tried to figure out my way through this. But as all of our colleagues have stated, not only do I not think we have an option to go through the CEQA process, I think the consequences of doing that right now could be severe with very little potential upside. In fact, zero potential upside. I also want to be clear, I thought a lot about, okay, if we move forward with this review, perhaps there would be some leverage with the developer. From what we've heard here today, what we've heard in the meetings we've had on this, there simply is no leverage that exists, unfortunately. And I think what we're seeing firsthand is the consequences. Certainly, of course, it's too bad that there was that little gap in time, and as someone said, I think every jurisdiction dealt with that. We did our absolute best, but what we're seeing are the consequences of state law that just has no interest really in the day-to-day impacts in smaller communities like ours. So I'm really sorry. I don't see an option to do anything other than follow staff recommendation today, but I do very much appreciate the effort that you all took coming out here, and I truly wish that there was something different we could do today.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too would want to apologize for how this is going to affect all of you, and just keep in mind that unfortunately we're in this situation because of the lack of action of decades of lack of action of previous restrictions when it came to housing. So now there's this effect of overcompensation that we're facing now. So we're trying to do our best to address that. And again, we really apologize for this inconvenience.
So a quick question for staff, because I'm at the 11th hour just like everybody else is about this project. When the developer apparently mentioned or had in mind lesser units with podium parking or whatever kind of parking he was going to provide, and they switched over to this particular development, was that, what was the timeline on that? And was that within that same period that was still allowable to do one of these 375 or the 330, whatever they're doing, the builder's remedy?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I'm Carly Ernest, Architectural Board of Review Staff Liaison. And the original project was submitted in 2020 as the 6 units that you mentioned, and then it went through completeness review, was deemed complete by planning, and was also approved by the Board of Architectural Review. And then when the opportunity for a builder's remedy arose, the original application was withdrawn and then resubmitted as a builder's remedy project proposing the current 25 units.
And what date was that approximately?
September
Okay, so within
September
that time.
2023.
All right, very good, thank you. Yeah, I mean, this is, Ms. Martin's original testimony pretty much summed up, I think, everybody's concerns about this, and it is true, and it's what we're facing, this fantasy ideology about being close enough to a bus line so nobody's going to need cars. We all know better than that, particularly if you have workforce housing or lower income housing where people actually use their vehicles for work. And even our own council-led legislation for eliminating parking requirements in the CBD, as it turns out, are there enough jobs to really sustain somebody paying market rent? The answer is probably not, and do we have enough bus lines and headways to make that happen? So these things are what frankly drives our arena numbers and drives me nuts. I had a long discussion with that with our friends at the county the other day, and we switched from a level of service LOS to a VMT, a vehicle miles traveled. That's not going to go well for a lot of neighborhoods, and that's a philosophy driven to trying to force housing into these areas. And so you've already got an underparked area virtually, and we've already said everybody go build your ADUs. We're not going to make you park those. And then something like this comes along, and now you have neighbors that are really understandably upset. And it feels very weak to be up here today knowing that we really don't have a path to give them the relief. The only thing, and it's a little bit hokey, but might be the RPP thing, if we can maybe take a look at that, Madam Attorney, and see if we could possibly not include units that do not plan for parking versus the rest of the neighbors that had to plan for parking. Maybe that's just a minor bandage on an open wound, I'm sorry, but we don't really have a whole lot of options here as a council because, as Ms. McAdoo said, this isn't a city ordinance. We're bringing the great hand of Sacramento is upon us today, and there's going to be more of this coming up. and we're going to have to get to know it. We're going to have to figure out how to fight it. Some communities have tried, and it hasn't been great so far, so make your voices known to your state reps. Mr. Jordan.
I'll reluctantly fall on the sword on this. Before I do, Ms. McAdoo, is all you needed was nodding heads up here on the idea of looking at the ordinance for residential parking permits and carving this type of situation out, or do you need a
Correct.
motion?
If there's 4 of you that are nodding heads right now, then we will go ahead and work on that.
There you go. Okay. Then I won't muddy this up. So I'll move staff's recommendation, making the environmental determination for the exemption and including the findings.
First by Jordan.
Only one sword follower, huh?
I'll second it.
Second by Friedman. Yeah, nobody
Yep,
wants to vote for
I
this.
don't want
know.
to, but the risks of, after the analysis and further discussion, the risks of what happened in San Diego are very real here, and it would potentially cost us a lot to get the same result.
All right, we've got it first and second. Any more discussion? Once again, this is one of those things that we could try to fight it, end up having the same result with a lot of expense out the window that we all get to share. So we don't really see much of a way out. We could try to throw some roadblocks up here, but I don't think it would do any good but get us in the courtroom. Mr. Jordan.
I just make one more comment to some of the people in the audience. 2 of you, I know I've referred to the residential parking program, and you know that we found out that that is not a pre-approved area for such a program. But there is a pathway to that program. It'll be entirely an enjoyable process, I have no doubt. So I will just offer personally that if you need some help getting through that program, that's what I kind of like to do, throw the ball, chase the ball kind of thing. So you can get a card from the mayor and council's office over there. It has my contact information on. But you're going to get into that process and just love government all the more, but I'd be happy to respond to any help you need.
And well, there may be an easier path after today. All right, very good. Does everybody understand the motion? May we have the vote, please, Mr. Clerk?
Okay, this vote is to adopt the staff recommendation, moved by Mayor Pro Tem Jordan and seconded by Councilmember Friedman. Go ahead and vote, please.
Passed unanimously. Well, that was a happy little subject. Let's see if we can move away from that now. We'll go to council member committee assignment reports. Anyone? Ms. Sned.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. We had our Kachuma Operation and Management Board meeting and re-elected Polly Holcomb as president and myself as vice president. The surplus water ended June 21st. It was a very long surplus water period of time. And the fish seemed to be doing very well, and they even saw one genuine steelhead from the ocean. So that's sort of big news in the Omicus story. I also attended a CCRB special meeting, nothing to report out. And those are the official.
Mr. Friedman.
These are just the reports. I'll do the events later, but I did attend the Library Advisory Committee. The discussions were on the collections was a big discussion, and then, or the digital collections, understanding the budget for that. It's actually quite shocking when we got into it of what a digital book costs. And the quote was, I forget the quote they used, Mr. Bodette will know it, but it had something to do with throwing, it's like if you ask your public works department to pave their road and 2 years later, the asphalt was gone, is what an e-book is essentially. And then also the policy on the Faulkner Gallery and the side galleries for local artists. It was a healthy discussion on that.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Attended a few of the housing crisis ad hoc committee meetings and also attended the elected leaders forum to address homelessness. Thank you.
All right, very good. We're going to move on now to our public hearings. We'll start out with Mr. Number 13, which will be, have a statement to read regarding that. This is a public hearing. Oh, I'm sorry, wait, wrong item. Oh, it is 13.
Mr. Mayor, the clerk should perhaps read the agenda item first.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and read the item, man. I was going back to consent.
Item 13, subject Downtown Santa Barbara Community Benefit Improvement District Resolution of Formation and Levying Assessment Resolution. Recommendation that council hold a public hearing regarding the formation of the Downtown Santa Barbara Community Benefit Improvement District, Downtown Santa Barbara CBID, and tabulate all assessment ballots returned to the city pursuant to procedures set forth in the resolution of intent. And if the assessment balloting does not result in a majority protest, then waive first reading and adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara forming the Downtown Santa Barbara Community Benefit Improvement District pursuant to Chapter 4.45 of the Santa Barbara Municipal Code and levying the assessment in connection with such district.
All right, very good. So this is a public hearing to consider forming an assessment district called the Downtown Community Benefit Improvement District. As part of this hearing, we will need to allow time for the city clerk to tabulate the property owner's ballots. Council has the authority to form the proposed district if there is not a majority protest. A majority protest occurs if the assessment is opposed by a weighted majority of the property owners that will be paying the assessments. The votes are weighted based on a property's proportional share of the total assessment. We will open the public hearing and take testimony and then continue the hearing and proceed with the hearing on water, wastewater, and garbage rates to provide time for the clerk to tabulate the balance. And that's the following item, number 14. So we'll start with number 13, and we will begin. Mr. Bodette, do you have anything to say before we ask questions?
No, Mr. Mayor, I do have a presentation for you, but
I'm sorry.
nothing else to add at this time, but we do have a presentation for you.
Okay, let's go ahead and do that, then we can ask questions, if you would, please, and I'll go to public speakers.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, good afternoon. Brandon Bodette, Acting Library Director, here in my previous role with the City Administrator's Office. Very excited to bring this item for you today regarding a public hearing for a Community Benefit Improvement District, or CBID, in the downtown area. I'm joined by members of our Downtown CBID Steering Committee, as well as our consultant, Marco Lamandri from New City Americas, to if you have any questions as well. So as the mayor articulated, this is an item that will operate in two portions today. We'll start with a public hearing to hear testimony and allow for it to continue, which will then be continued so we can, City Clerk's office can tabulate votes. The second portion will be, we'll reconvene, announce the results of the tabulation, in which case the council can take action at that point. So we'll start with what is a CBID. So this is where property owners vote to assess themselves to pool financial resources that pay for district-wide services. This is a public-private partnership where funds supplement and act independently of a general benefit services provided by the city. By way of background, back in 2021, Chapter 4.45 of the Santa Barbara Municipal Code was adopted to facilitate the formation of a CBID and establish a procedure for property owners to petition to fund special services through a special benefit assessment on their property. In 2022, New City America was hired by the CBID Steering Committee. A survey was sent out to all the property owners in the proposed CBID area to ascertain their level of conceptual support for the services that would be funded through the establishment of a new downtown Santa Barbara CBID. Based upon these results, the Downtown Santa Barbara CBID Steering Committee determined there was enough support to produce a preliminary management district plan that outlines the district, the assessment, and prior setting for the use of the funds. And on April 16, 2024, Council voted to give the city administrator the authority to sign the petitions in favor of forming the proposed district. At that meeting, a resolution was also declared an intent to levy, and setting the public hearing dates was also passed. So in terms of boundaries on the assessment, there's two zones of benefit. Zone 1 is the shaded blue area. that runs from the southern side of Soul Street to the northern side of Highway 101, and moving east to west, the eastern side of Chapala Street to the west side of Anacapa Street. Zone 2, which is noted by the dotted red line, that is the west side of Anacapa Street. That also runs from Sola down to the Highway 101. Assessments are based on linear footage plus a building square footage plus a lot size. The only exception to this would be a residential condo unit, which is based off square footage alone. The table before you is what a proposed first-year budget would look like. The majority of funds are to be used to enhance safety, cleanliness, beautification, and maintenance. 14% of funds would be used to enhance placemaking, identity, improve the image of the district. Another 15% would be to administer the district benefits, including staff, director, and associated costs like liability insurance. And a small amount of funds would be allocated for contingency reserve. So the city would have responsibilities associated with this. In addition to administrative type responsibilities, the city, Santa Barbara, has 26 parcels located in the proposed downtown CBID. That represents about 8.13 of the total assessment values. Most are associated with the downtown parking program and include properties such as City Hall, Career Rec Center, and the Central Library. All publicly owned and operated parcels will be assessed for linear footage and lot size only, as their assessments will be used to primarily fund sidewalk safety and beautification services. The city will continue to provide general benefit services to downtown Santa Barbara, which will include public safety programs, street sweeping, tree trimming, road work, repairs, and the like. The frequency of these general benefits may change upon budget constraints. However, city general benefits will not be withdrawn from the downtown Santa Barbara district unless they're withdrawn by an equal frequency citywide. And in terms of the ballot process and what takes place today, so the ballots are weighted based on the dollar amount of the owner's assessment, and council may move forward with formation if there was a weighted majority in favor. Ballots will be tabulated publicly in room 15 adjacent to council chambers. Ballots will be inspected to ensure they are clearly marked. They'll be opened, read out loud, and tabulated. When the item is brought back, the results will be announced, and council may take action to adopt a resolution to levy the assessment. Under the Santa Barbara Local Enabling Ordinance, the initial term would be for 5 years. And with that, I'll turn it over for questions.
All right, very good. Questions for our staff. Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Just one question, and I think it's been asked and answered to us by email, but I just wanted to ask it out loud about if we were to have a finding that the few residential parcels may not be receiving justified benefit from this, do we have any avenue for addressing or discussing the residential parcels that are purely residential, not used for any other purpose?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Snedden, so there's, it's important to distinguish when you talk about residential parcels because there's apartments, there's condominiums, there's single-family residential uses within the two zones, right? And the engineer's report, the management report provides, you cannot make assessments, you cannot form a district and assess properties unless they have special benefit, right? And the engineer's report specifically identifies the special benefit that is provided to the residentially used properties. And mind you that all of the residentially used properties within both zones 1 and 2 are zoned commercial. So that's an important thing to bear in mind. But within Zone 2, I believe there are 5 parcels that are used for single-family residences. And within Zone 1, there's 1 parcel that's used for a single-family residence. If the council found that those single-family residences within Zones 1, the 5, and then the 1 in Zone 2, were not receiving a special benefit from the district, they could go forward today and adopt the resolution to form the district and direct staff to amend the boundaries of the district to remove those 6 identified parcels, and we would read into the record what assessor's parcel numbers those are. So we would recommend only removing the single-family parcels that are used for single-family purposes only, and not for, there's one that we believe is a licensed short-term vacation rental. We would not recommend removing that. So only the single-family used parcels.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Mr. Jordan?
Love to go down the rabbit hole. So an assessment on an apartment, can that legally be passed on to rent outside of the scope of legislated rent controls or rent caps?
Councilmember Jordan, so your question is that if there was rent control imposed,
No, if they're, the existing, I'm missing the second word after rent, that's the other option. There's rent caps right now, not rent control, right?
rent caps?
Is that what we're calling it?
The state one.
State legislation.
Okay.
So state legislation of 5%
Right,
plus
right, right,
CPI.
right. Okay,
And
so
is that a separate consideration on a tenant that also the assessment from the CBID could be added to that? Or does that limit the amount of the 5% plus CPI, including that?
So that's probably a question I can't answer.
Okay.
Maybe Mr. Marco, the assessment engineer could answer that. I don't know. But it is assessment on the property owner. This is a property owner assessment. So it's imposed on the property, not on the business, as opposed to our other business improvement districts, which are imposed on the business. So this is levied on the property.
Right.
Don't think it's passed on to the business. That's as far as I can answer that question.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Harmon?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to follow up on the exempting the single-family home parcels, which sounds like a very reasonable idea, but to the extent that one or any number of those parcels change, like we said, one is a licensed STR, let's say another one becomes a licensed STR, is there a mechanism in this process that they could sort of give up their exemption? I guess my question is I'm concerned that we're opening up a can of worms that I don't really understand. In 5 years, if this is no longer a single-family residence, have we permanently exempted that APN? Or is it contingent on it maintaining its status as a single-family home?
Councilmember Harmon, that's a great question, and I think that is the difficulty with this, but we would be changing the boundaries of the district to remove those properties. Yeah. So that would be a permanent change to the district.
Question for Mr. Bodett. Do you know how many total ballots were issued? How many stakeholders are there out there?
Mr. Mayor, there were 543 ballots distributed.
Thank you. Do you know how many got returned?
Mr. Mayor, 24 of those 543 were returned from a return to sender standpoint. In terms of how many were submitted as, we had a just over 57% rather, returned.
Okay, very good.
I don't know the yes or no vote, but returned as in voted.
And when you count a ballot as a yes or no vote,
That's correct, Mayor.
is the consideration for the APN on that within that, so you're not counting one potato, two potato, but you're actually counting a weighted response?
It is distributed by APN and the assessment associated with
And
that.
there's some score that adds up to whatever it is. Okay, very good. And is the result strictly from the returned ballots only? So the non-returned ballots do not count as an up or down. Is that correct?
That is correct. It's not a yes or no vote.
Okay. I'm just, the majority protest language is a little arcane, but I know that's probably how these bid things go. All right, very good. Are there further questions from council for staff? With that, we'll go to public speakers. We'll start out with Robin Elander, 3 minutes, please.
Mayor, council, and members of our community. My name is Robin Elander, and I serve as the executive director for the Downtown Organization of Santa Barbara. Over the past several years, a committed group of downtown property owners and business leaders has united with a shared vision for a vibrant and prosperous future for downtown Santa Barbara. The focus has been on developing a community benefit improvement district for downtown Santa Barbara strategically designed to address the area's challenges and foster economic prosperity. Today's ballot count represents a milestone moment for this effort in our downtown community. Shall the CBID ballot count be successful today, we will be able to begin to implement the critically needed supplemental services, including safety, cleanliness, beautification, and maintenance, vital for a vibrant downtown, starting in January 2025. The CBID management plan and its budget is a result of careful consideration and a significant community effort over the last several years. The plan includes experience and input from many property owners that have come together to collectively invest in downtown's future. The proposed CBID the property owners are voting on today improves significantly upon the existing business-based business improvement district and what it has done over the past 50 years by offering a more stable and adequate funding source, more comprehensive services, and updated infrastructure to tackle downtown's current and future challenges. With the new funds collectively pooled from all property owners in the district, the CBID will fund services beyond existing city provisions, ensuring a cleaner and more welcoming environment for everyone. The CBID will finally allow us to create a very high-quality, safe, beautiful, thriving downtown space that our entire community can be proud of. This moment is the coming together of diverse stakeholders endeavoring to enhance the environment to support existing businesses and attract new businesses. These important district services also serve as a complement to the city's work to mitigate issues around homelessness. I want to thank the steering committee members who have participated in this important public process. While I'm hopeful that we will see the passing of the CBID ballot initiative today, I look forward to working with all downtown community members to advance downtown irrespective of the vote count. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll announce that we'll accept either speaker slips or online hands raised until 5 minutes of 4. And with that, we'll go to Kristen Miller.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and City Council members. I'm Kristen Miller, President and CEO of the Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce. I want to express our sincere gratitude to the city for your support of the Community Business Improvement District. Today is a milestone for downtown Santa Barbara, and if the resolution is adopted, would present a significant positive step for the vitality of our downtown area, a goal the Chamber has been championing for years. Formation of the Community Business Improvement District aligns with our ongoing efforts to enhance the economic landscape of downtown Santa Barbara. By addressing key issues such as capital improvements, maintenance, safety, activities, district identity, and placemaking, we believe this initiative has the potential to create a more vibrant, active, and thriving downtown for residents and visitors alike. Our goals are to advocate for measures that stimulate economic growth and foster a sense of community. This resolution, if approved, will address some immediate needs, but also lay the groundwork for long-term success. We're confident these efforts will lead to increased foot traffic, enhanced business opportunities, and a more lively and welcoming environment. Thank you for your time and dedication to making our city a better place downtown.
Thank you. Next speaker is Virginia Railing.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and everybody else. I'm Virginia Railing, and I live on Anacapa Street in Zone 1, about a block and a half this side of Solar Street. And my parents I live in a two-bedroom, 100-year-old home, okay? Single family, okay? My parents bought this place about 65 years ago, okay? I grew up in Santa Barbara from the 7th grade on, except for a big break in New Jersey. But anyway, what's happening, my son lives with me, who is a disabled veteran, okay? And he's lived with me for many, many years, and we enjoy living in this home. Now, the notice that we were talking about that was given out to people before the ballot, I did not get any. Maybe it just went to businesses, I don't know. But I never received, this is the first I ever heard about it when I got the ballot in the mail. And it was a total shock, telling me that I have to vote for this, or yes or no, and do I want to pay almost $1,800 a year, which I'm on a fixed income, and so is my son on a fixed income. And this will be very difficult, and we could probably even lose the house. Okay? It just doesn't seem fair. I realize that we all want to help State Street. We all are in that, but let's do it fairly, okay? I realize $1,800 might be no hardship for a lot of people, but it is for me, you know? So, I don't want to lose the house, okay? And I just want to draw everybody's attention to the fact that I pay much more with the $800, it's just under $50 less than, $48 less than $1,800 when I refer to that, okay? That when you look at what everybody's paying on the list, I'm paying much more than big businesses on State Street. So something's wrong with this single-family house assessment, and Ms. Sneddon, you brought that up. I'm very happy about that. Okay, and actually, when Ms. Mikado was in Hayward, they voted for single-family houses only paid. You know how they measure to determine what people pay, the frontage or the square footage of the whole lot, and the square footage of the building. Am I out of time?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, no. I am?
Yes.
Oh, dear. Okay. Well, I'm begging you they chose that, where houses, single-family owning houses had to only pay the frontage. And I'm hoping that you guys will look at that when you're meeting with this.
All right, very good. Thank you very much, Ms. Raylan.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much for
Mr.
all
Clerk,
your help.
you,
I appreciate your help.
Thank you. Speakers online.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. First speaker will be Julie Bischoff. Julie Bischoff, if you can unmute yourself, please. Julie Bischoff.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Mayor Rouse and city council members, my brother William Bailey and I own a property on Lower Anacapa Street. We don't believe we need this CBID. We need State Street to open. We don't need to pay more taxes. We need State Street to open. I'm also concerned about the way New City changed the initial response from 30% in favor to only 25% on the initial resolution that they asked for. And I'm concerned that not all property owners receive ballots and their concerns went unanswered. And in addition, the ballots, the way they are weighted, it seems very unfair. It used to be one person, one vote, one property, one vote. This is not, I understand some people will pay more, but it does seem rather difficult the way it's been put in place. And I want to add that I hardly ever go downtown anymore, although I grew up in Santa Barbara, attending Santa Barbara High School, and I worked for decades downtown on Lower Olive Street. Downtown used to be inviting, place to go eat, see movies, theaters, parades, shop, and take visitors. It was a wonderful place for generations to go, and we could drop off our elderly relatives and friends in front of venues. We can no longer do that. It's very difficult to go downtown, and for the elderly and those with limitations, which I might add includes a whole bunch of us. In my opinion, those are the people who probably spend a lot more money and time than those cruising on bicycles, which are going too fast. And no wonder so many of us don't feel safe down there anymore.
Right. We need to stick to the CBID item though, please, Ms. Bischoff.
I'm sticking to the CBID item. I would like State Street to be opened as a alternative to the CBID being put in place.
Okay.
Parades need to be back on State Street and all the business that they bring. I would like to see downtown revitalized rather than paying more and more taxes out of just certain businesses in certain areas. I would like to see State Street open, and I really appreciate your time. Please consider opening State Street rather than imposing all these taxes on the rest of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is a call-in user. If you're a call-in user and you have your hand raised, if you can please unmute yourself and speak.
This is Anna Gott. Good evening, council members. I'm happy to hear that there is a way to exempt the parcels with single-family homes on them, and want to just remind you that 13 West Haley is a permitted STR under PLN 2017-00166. Please vote to remove all of the single-family homes from the CBID. That said, there are a number of multifamily homes that do not receive the benefits that they are going to be paying for. The engineer's report states the property uses within the boundaries of the DSB CBID that will receive special benefits from the DSB CBIB funded programs and services are currently an array of high quality restaurants, retailers, offices, service business, hotels, mixed-use apartments, and residential condominiums. The residential condominiums are in mixed-use buildings. Nowhere in the engineer's report is there a discussion of benefits that a parcel with 100% residential use would receive. There is simply no rationale for assessing single or even multifamily homes without commercial uses at the same rates charged for commercial uses or at all. Single and multifamily homes do not enjoy the benefits of commercial uses who are going to be paying into this assessment. They have no need for the services described in the civil sidewalk, safety, cleanliness, and beautification or district identity and placemaking and administration. So how can the city rationally determine that residential, these properties that have 100% residential use be assessed? This is in stark contrast to the city and county owned property, which will not be assessed for their building square footage since the city will not, and I quote, the city will not have their buildings marketed or promoted in the district. There seems to be a mismatch with some of these properties, and I really think that you need to, significantly review this. Additionally, I just want to remind you that not all permitted or used commercial square footage is billed the same or correctly. For instance, common areas and outdoor patios of bars and restaurants and commercial buildings are not charged under the assessment formulas as the county building square footage data is incorrect. A good example is Petros building that has a huge outdoor patio that is permitted that will not be assessed. Other properties include the El Paseo that do not have common areas that are assessed, while other businesses like the Red Piano that has a huge outdoor permitted patio which is not assessed. And actually encompasses their entire old parking lot. So lastly, can the city really eliminate a $310,000 budget that it currently budgets for marketing promotion and gives to the downtown organization legally if this is considered a general service?
Thank you very much.
The proposed downtown CBID actually get this money?
Thank you. That's it on time, ma'am. Thank you so much. Mr. Ablett, are you here on this item?
This is the CBID.
Boy, you're just.
I met with these folks, but nobody said we could discuss it today. I said they were going to have a vote today. I would have been here. I was watching TV.
Come on up.
Thank you. Okay, my name is Neil Ablett. I have 3 properties, all in the center zone.
Wait, we can start the clock on here. Okay, here we go.
One is basically a factory in a retail zone. It's a production company that produces dry cleaning. Over 70% is on home and delivery. When we have events downtown, it interferes with our business, our traffic, and whatnot. But I support the downtown. I always have. We have about 23 place parking for our employees and 7 for clients, customers. We also pay for the parking lot across the street, which nobody goes to that parking lot unless they go to Roco's or something. It comes over to us. But people park in our parking to go to the coffee shops. But we pay for that parking. Okay. But you're talking about $8,000 a year. There's 40 Hispanics working there. I'd rather give that, my daughter, she owns the company, I own the property. I'd rather see it go to them. I'm not against what you're doing. I don't think you have a vision for State Street yet. That's a whole nother matter. You know, and my wife and I disagree as the community, I'm sure, on the future of that thing. But please, this is a factory. This is a factory in a tourist zone. It's just not fair to make us pay a penalty for having that area, that space to park cars. Hey, we're doing a favor for the city. We're taking the pressure off your parking for employees downtown by giving 23 employees free parking downtown. I didn't get time to prepare for this, I'm sorry. Anyway, okay, plus, how about the Ablett Tower downtown? I spent over $100,000 fixing that alley. I've had a guy for the last 18 years, I pay him monthly to go down and clean that alley. We've got a lot of issues in the alley. Are you telling me that the city's going to come down that alley? I beg to differ. We couldn't even get the, well, whatever. And then I have a condo, which I live in downtown. I'm not complaining about the condo. If you guys, it's not, I really can't imagine you doing anything that's going to impact us. But I'll pay for that. I'll pay for the little house, although I pay monthly to have somebody clean the alley. But the cleaners, Ablett's Fine Cleaners, got to get a plug in there. I just don't think it's fair. I understand that you got to treat everybody fair. Oh my God, you got a baby up there. That's cool. I don't see that on TV. Maybe I'm not supposed to say that. Welcome. Anyway, I need some sort of explanation. I pay someone to clean the front of the building. It's 100 feet wide. It's a classic building built by the same guy that built this, Charles Urton, and Mullen F. Sauter, the architect. We take pride in our building. It's the back. Nobody sees, nobody goes back there. I'm being penalized, in my opinion. I've said enough. Thank you very much for letting me talk.
All right.
Any questions?
No. We'd like you to take, catch your breath and all that. That'd be good. Thank you, Mr. Ablett. Mr. Clerk, are there more speakers online?
Yes, 2 more, Mr. Mayor.
Have that, please.
Jim Nell, if you can go ahead and unmute yourself, please. Jim Nell.
Yeah, this is Jim Cannell. I want to put you all on notice that SEMA Corporation is the largest private property owner and stakeholder in the city of Santa Barbara. And I want you to know that I'm protesting the validity of today's CBID vote in front of you all today. Let me start off by saying this CBID is a wolf in sheep's clothing. It doesn't do what it's supposed to do for all the property owners. When I look at the costs that's assessed to SEMA Corporation's properties, it's in excess of almost 20 to 25% of what I'm currently paying. Now, if you were to look at all the properties we have downtown, we have no vacancies. The reasons we have no vacancies is that the rent is lower than our competitors, and we keep them that way so we can keep our buildings full. What you are doing now is causing property owners like myself, don't kid yourself that the property owners are going to pay all this themselves. They will pass on whatever the CBID costs are to tenants, either by triple net or increased rents if they're on a gross lease. The landlord won't pay it all. So in our case, we're paying an excessive amount of rent that is going to cost our tenants more because you're going to run it, or the CBID is going to run it more expensively than I did. It doesn't work. The corresponding other cities around us that have CBIDs, i.e. Coast Village Road, is a bad example of success. Although it's successful, you have to look at why it's successful. And I refer you to Jeff Harding's letter that you received a week or so ago that defines it. But the bottom line is it's a horse of a different color than Coast Village. We have a closed street. We don't have the close proximity to parking that Coast Village Road has. And it's a horse of a different color. You can't take the success of Coast Village and say you can plant it here. If you want to look at success, look at 3rd Street Promenade. That has a CBID. It's unsuccessful. It's dying. Take a look at Santa Barbara. The CBID is not going to improve the occupancy that's currently sitting at 60%, and it's not going to be an improvement to Santa Barbara. It's going to be another added cost, just like the sales costs, just like increased parking. And now you're going to add a burden to merchants and landlords with respect to the CBID that will not be successful for those property owners like ourselves, that we are already economizing and operating our properties efficiently. We have no vacancies. And I have to say that I think we've been a plus to the city of Santa Barbara with the way our properties look. So if you have any questions, take a look at our website and ask the questions or email me. But
Thank you.
I am not approving this.
Thank you. Further speakers, Mr. Clerk.
Yes, Tyler Cunningham, if you can unmute yourself, please. Tyler Cunningham.
Hello, my name is Tyler Cunningham. I'm calling in to talk about the positives and pros for Community Benefit Improvement District in Santa Barbara. Establishing a CBID in Santa Barbara can bring significant advantages to both residents and business owners to both foster a thriving and well-maintained, as well as an economically vibrant community. Santa Barbara has very, very passionate people and residents within the area. And so I wanted to talk with them and then business owners. For the residents, an enhanced quality of life with a CBID can fund projects aimed at beautifying your public spaces, improving safety, and increasing the overall appeal of the neighborhood. This includes better lighting, cleaner streets, well-maintained parks or green areas, and contributing to a more enjoyable and safer living environment downtown. We want to provide that for not just residents, visitors, tourists, and other people who are visiting our area. Another thing is community engagement. By involving residents in planning and decision-making processes, a CBID promotes a sense of community ownership and pride, with residents having a direct say in improvements and initiatives that affect their daily lives. This also helps increase property values as the area becomes more attractive and well-maintained. Property values are likely to rise, benefiting not just the homeowners in the Zone 1 and Zone 2, but contributing to an overall economic stability in the area. For business owners, it can boost economic activity. A CBID can create a more inviting atmosphere for shoppers and tourists, leading to increased foot traffic and higher sales for local businesses. Enhanced public spaces and targeted marketing campaigns can attract more visitors to the area. And shared costs for improvements. By pooling resources, businesses can achieve more significant improvements than they could individually or through strict taxes. This collective investment results in a better business environment, driving growth and competitiveness. This also, through equitable contribution, large businesses which generate significant foot traffic and produce substantial amounts of trash, they need to contribute their fair share to maintain the cleanliness and functionality of public spaces. A CBID ensures that these businesses help fund necessary services like sidewalk maintenance, street cleaning, and waste management. And it strengthens a business community by fostering collaboration among business owners, creating opportunities for joint promotions, events, and initiatives. And this unity can lead to innovative solutions and stronger advocacy for the business community needs. So an argument for this tends to lead towards CBIDs being a wonderful benefit in Santa Barbara, as it can create a dynamic and prosperous community, enhancing the quality of life for residents and providing a robust platform for local businesses to thrive. This can increase foot traffic to the portions of State Street that are closed, which I support, as it increases businesses, and by ensuring that large businesses contribute their fair share, we can maintain a clean and inviting public space that benefits everybody.
Thank you. Are there further speakers online?
No further, Mr. Mayor.
All right, very good. So at this point in time, I'll entertain any comments from council members before Mr. Bodett goes in for the count itself, and we will continue the hearing. Does anyone have a comment? Mrs. Gutierrez.
I think this question is from Ms. Connect. Will there be any impacts if we do end up exempting the single-family homes to this process?
Thank you, Councilmember Gutierrez. So the impact would be that the overall assessment or the overall amount of the annual assessment, at least in this first year, would be decreased by, if we just remove the single-family used parcels, would be about $4,500 by my calculation, which could be incorrect, but that's what I'm calculating based upon the figures I've been getting. Maybe Mr. Bodett might be able to confirm that?
Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, small correction, it's $5,200.
Oh, okay, thank you.
I want to thank the city staff and Mr. Bodett for all of his hard work. I know it's been very challenging. I also want to thank the downtown organization and the Santa Barbara Chamber. It's been a very challenging process. You know, we went through COVID, and our downtown, as leaders, we've never been faced with something like COVID that affected our economy, and we tried the best that we could to keep our local businesses thriving and giving a safe space for the community, and we're still figuring out the downtown, but we did hear the business community pleading that we needed to do something for downtown, and I think the CBID is that opportunity to give property owners and the business community a seat at the table. As a city, we are very limited with our resources. We are now currently, I believe the chief of police, the last time she came in, she said that we're almost to full capacity in our police department, but for a couple of years, the police department didn't have enough police officers, and we're limited with our resources. We are in a deficit. So I hear the concerns of public comment, and I empathize with our community members I am not going to sugarcoat things. As a city, we have a lot to grow. But I am going to support staff, and I just want to thank the community at large. I know this has been a big struggle, so thank you.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Connect, just on the issue of the single-family residences, one pathway to resolve that we're attacking the problem, well, it actually wouldn't be us. So attacking the problem as we're hearing the problem would be to couch that finding for single-family residents that are owner-occupied, right? And that would both make sure that it's people like the public speaker and not people like a short-term vacation rental, right? I heard the nod, yeah. And then my other question would be, that's really not our problem. We would not make the finding, and then it would be the problem of the CBID board operation, whatever, to implement that type of measurement or how they determine that, right?
Councilmember Jordan, no.
Okay.
The difficult, there's two solutions. One would be we could, in order to implement your two solutions, actually, would be council not take action today and continue this hearing and direct staff to go back and evaluate those parcels to determine exactly what the uses are and whether or not they're owner occupied. If there's a, because we're not totally sure, if they're owner occupied, if there's a licensed short-term vacation rental, come back with a revised resolution and map.
And that's because
and
the
adopt
action
it.
today has to
Or-
include or not include the parcels that were in the study, right?
So there's three actions,
Okay.
that council could take tonight. It could adopt the resolution as is with the map as is,
Yep.
including all of the parcels as originally put forth in the engineer's report and the map. Second option would be to not take action today, assuming that there's not a majority protest in all of these scenarios. But second action would be to not take action today and direct staff to go back, evaluate what these particular parcels actually are, whether they're owner occupied, if there's a licensed short-term vacation rental on one of them, come back, revise the resolution, revise the map to remove those parcels, come back at a later date to council and then adopt that resolution. Third option is to take action today to adopt the resolution and direct staff to amend the map to remove those parcels, those specific 6 assessor's parcel numbers. So
There's no way to just make the finding and say that we're not going to allow owner-occupied single-family residences. We have to have what that means in front of us when we adopt.
we do, because we have
Okay.
we have to adopt the resolution with the direction as to the map that's going to be set forth in the resolution with the defined boundaries. So we have to know what those
But we could
boundaries are going to be.
resolve the results of the ballots today.
Yes.
Put that to bed, so to speak, and then what do you think, how long would it take to come back and figure out if there's a full-time owner occupant living in six parcels?
Well, the difficulty, of course, now is that we've got a meeting next week, and then we've got a 2-week break, the next council meeting after, I think that this is not a lot of work, but whether or not we could have it ready to come back next week.
I think also there's concern because in order to get it on the tax rolls for this year, it has to be
Right.
to the county assessor by early August, I believe.
Right.
And so that's also
So
the
it's more like the
Right.
third option of adopt and amend, right?
Right.
Yeah, it said we could amend it at a later date, or
Okay.
you could just say exempt those 6 parcels and we could come
Remove the 6 parcels.
Yeah, I'm hesitant
Right.
to live with a known short-term vacation rental in that allowance, though, so presumably a known short-term vacation
Yeah,
rental.
I mean, I'm not, my facts are limited with that regard.
Okay.
This issue just came up, and I haven't had the, ability to actually verify 100% on that,
Okay.
so.
Thank you.
Ms. Sned.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Not to delve into this one too much more, but is another possibility, rather than amending the map, to say, stay in the map, and if it is an owner-occupied residence at any time, that then it be assessed by frontage? And would that allow for flexibility over time if a use changed or?
Councilmember Sen, that would require a change to the engineer's report in order to redo
Okay.
the assessment calculation.
I
That
don't want to
would
do
be
anything that delays.
Very complicated.
I just want to make
Right,
that
I
really
mean,
clear. Yeah,
so
okay.
multifamily residences, condominiums are assessed by frontage only, so that would, that's the way they're assessed, but in order to change the assessment for single-family residents, we'd have to revise the engineer's report and the proportionate calculation and the assessment on everybody, so that would be a whole
I do not want to do that,
change.
and then I don't want to do anything that delays adoption of the resolution. So within that framework, I'm sure we'll work it out.
Mr. Gutierrez, another question?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Connect, hearing the public comment about this business owner, he also lives downtown, and he's he's been paying into parking, and parking, we understand it's been such a issue with just in the budget, and also, we don't have enough spaces to have people park in the area. With this resolution, how would that specific business owner be impacted? Is it pretty much going to stay the same? And I'm pointing this out because I'm sure there's other business owners or people that live in the downtown area that are not here today, and I just want to be able to address that.
Councilmember Gutierrez, I'm not quite sure I understand the question. So if the CBID is formed, then that property owner will be required to start paying into the assessment, and he will presumably reap the benefits of the special benefits that are then applied through the benefit assessment district. How this affects his parking, not quite sure. I don't really understand the question entirely.
So he mentioned how there's a certain area that he pays to clean up, and he also
Right.
pays for parking. With the CBID, he would still have to continue paying for that extra parking, even though he's going to get this extra tax on his property.
Right, I don't think that would change.
Yeah, the parking district
the
is
parking district.
separate from
The
this district.
PBIA will not change,
Okay.
if that's what he was referring to, is the
I was just asking. It's
right,
just
yeah,
that
the
that
PBIA
could
will not change.
Okay, thank you.
All right, very good. Mr. Bennett, one last question. When does this assessment begin to be assessed to property owners?
It would take place in the next calendar year's property tax assessment.
At the same calendar as the property taxes do?
Correct.
Okay. And then when does the current bid that happens for the downtown organization end? Is there a crossover?
At the end of this calendar year.
Okay, so there'll be a little gap then.
No, they would actually sync because, or there would be a little bit of overlap, weeks. I can't remember the date that we renewed the district off the top of my head. I apologize, but it's like somewhere in the January timeframe.
No, I mean, and I realize the DO bids are pretty de minimis, but still, there's that same feeling. So, okay, very good. Yeah, my only comment is, I mean, I generally like self-assessments in neighborhoods doing things. I don't like the timing of this at all because of all the stuff that's going on and the basically everything up in the air as far as downtown goes. So I'm not in love with it, but it is what it is. With that, we will continue this hearing. Mr. Bodette, you'll go ahead and take care of the ballot counting, and we will open our next hearing, which will be on item 14. Mr. Clerk, would you read that into the record, please?
Item 14, public hearing on proposed changes to water, wastewater, and solid waste rates. Recommendation that council hold a public hearing, consider all written protests, and determine if there is a majority protest regarding proposed increases to water and wastewater rates for fiscal years 2025 through 2028, and solid waste rates for fiscal year 2025 as required by California Constitution Article 13D, subsection 6. And if there is no majority written protest, direct staff to prepare a rate schedule setting the water and wastewater rates for fiscal years 2025 through 2028 and solid waste rates for fiscal year 2025, and update the schedules within the City of Santa Barbara Schedule of Penalties, Fees, Rates, and Service Charges Resolution for adoption on July 2nd, 2024.
Very good. Mr. Bodette, or Mr. Hagmark.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, council members. Joshua Hagmark, Water Resources Manager. And, I feel like I'm here today with a very difficult discussion. No one likes to increase rates. In particular, we've been experiencing unprecedented inflation across all elements of our operations. And unfortunately, we've been seeing this for several years now, and it's compounding. And the rates that we put forward have been talking, obviously, with the Water Commission extensively, Finance Committee and Council. It's a pretty significant increase, and we take this very seriously. We're very empathetic for our customers who are struggling, seeing those increases in food, fuel, housing, it just, it does seem right now unending. I do want you to know that we have been looking really hard at what we can defer, how we can leverage our reserves to try and lessen this impact. And even with that, we're still looking at pretty significant increases. I have engaged my staff in this. We're really trying to figure out how we can strike that balance. And as you'll see with our presentation today, unfortunately, we're not alone. Many of our neighbors and throughout the state are kind of struggling with this issue. So with that, we're going to get into our presentation. I want to turn it over to Ms. Cook, our Water Resources Financial Officer.
Okay, good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and council members. My name is Gabrielle Cook, and I am the Water Resources Financial Officer. And today is our public hearing for the proposed utility rates, which include water, wastewater, and solid waste. I'm joined by Mr. Korn from HDR, who will discuss the water and wastewater rates, and Mr. Murbach from the Sustainability and Resilience Department, who will discuss the solid waste rates. Okay, so we are going to start with the timeline for the proposed water and wastewater rates. We began working on these rate studies about a year ago, and since then we've held 9 public meetings regarding these proposed rates, and the rates were discussed at 4 Water Commission meetings, 2 Finance Committee meetings, and 2 council meetings, not including today. And we also held a public webinar about a month ago where customers were able to ask staff questions related to these proposed water and wastewater rates. Today is our public hearing on these proposed utility rate adjustments, and if accepted by City Council, if accepted today by City Council, next week on July 2nd will be the adoption of these proposed rates. And with that, I'm going to pass the presentation along to Mr. Korn from HDR Engineering, who will provide an overview of these proposed water and wastewater rate adjustments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. As we go through this process, we have an established approach to meet the requirements for the cost basis and proportionality that is required in Proposition 218. That includes a 3-step process of a revenue requirement, a cost of service analysis, and a rate design analysis. And each of these is performed sequentially to provide that cost basis and the revenue requirement to outline the total operating and capital needs of each of the utilities and the revenue that's necessary to support it, followed by a cost of service analysis to meet the proportionality requirements so that we can develop cost-based and proportional rates for each of the customer classes or rate schedules for each of those utilities. And so we've completed these 3 steps for the water and wastewater rates. As we presented in the prior presentations to the Council Water and to the Finance Committee and to the City Council, we've gone through those 3 steps and provided those results. For today's presentation, we focused on the overall revenue adjustment that is necessary to support each of the utilities. And as we've talked about, some of the key drivers that reflect the increases in costs that each of the utilities has incurred over the last several years and projected into the future include those inflationary impacts to those ongoing operation and maintenance expenses, increases in insurance, IT, fleet, as well as increases in capital costs from when they are initially planned. And as we'll talk about here in a couple of slides, this is not a City of Santa Barbara challenge. This is an industry-wide challenge as utilities try and maintain overall rate levels to support those operating and capital needs. What you'll see here on the slide is 2 sets of numbers for wastewater and water. That includes that initial proposal as well as the proposal today that is in front of the City Council for moving forward for eventual rate adoption if accepted. What you'll see here is those larger rate increases. And as we went through this process, staff went back and fine-tuned the pencil and looked at those different costs that were being incurred today, as well as the projection of those costs in the future, from the operating and maintenance expense, and then really evaluated those capital or the infrastructure cost needs to support and maintain the water and sewer systems, water and wastewater systems. One thing to note here, while we focus in the bold line for the current proposals for each of the overall revenue adjustment, that may not be the bill impact to the customers, because this is just that first step in the rate study to establish the cost basis. We then proportionally distribute those costs to develop average unit costs, which design our rates going forward. Just to continue this conversation a little bit more, I'm going to turn it back over to Mr. Hagmark for some of the mitigation approaches that city staff have taken throughout this process.
Thank you, Mr. Korn. I just wanted to highlight that the current proposal for this year, we'd have no staffing changes, but over this 4-year period, we are anticipating the need for some additional staffing, of course we'll be back in front of the city council to talk about that need. It's largely related to our capital program, which, as you know, is fairly significant at this point. We just have a lot of infrastructure needing attention, and making sure that we have enough engineers and enough operators to kind of balance that. With this, and as noted, we've done a lot to try and defer what projects we can. Unfortunately, during the pandemic, we also deferred projects. It has ramifications. It leads to more reactive response rather than planned response, which is more expensive. So we are keen on trying to not defer some of these things. A good example is our water main program. We did pause that, and that is a big machine to pause because we are trying to stay on top of it. We've got a lot of aging infrastructure, just given how old our city is, and we are experiencing a significant number of main breaks, which, of course, disrupt our customers and eat up a lot of staff time as we kind of deal with the consequences and disruptions that go along with that. So we're really focused on maintaining our sewer main replacement, water main replacement, and of course some of the major capital programs that are going on at our water treatment and wastewater treatment plants. We also are digging into our reserves. That's what they're there for. We're planning on drawing down some of those reserves to help soften the impact of our rate increases. Of course, over the rate period, we are trying to work back to getting to council policy reserves on that, but we think this is a justified reason to do so, and I think that was some good feedback we got from the council last time we were here. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Cornigan.
And just to illustrate that last bullet point, as we went through the establishment of the overall rate levels that are necessary to support the utilities, looking at the use of reserve funds. And so this slide here gives you the current wastewater reserve funds. The bars are the amount available in each year. The dashed line is the target, and a portion of the driver here is maintaining adequate reserves. You can see that line does creep forward. That's based on our 25% reserve policy, as well as the lesser of 5% of the capital assets, or the next several years of capital improvements, less debt-funded capital. So that's what we've based our target on, but you can see going out through our 4-year period, which is fiscal year 25 through fiscal year 28. We are below that target in fiscal year 28, so we end the 4-year rate setting process below our target. With assumed increase in the future years, in fiscal year 29 and 30, we would meet that overall target policy for wastewater. Very similar approach on the water side, actually drawing down a bit more in the early years to fund those capital improvement projects that have been identified to support water service throughout the city, and bringing that back almost to target levels in 2028, and then ultimately meeting those in 29 and 30 with those assumed adjustments in those 2 years, which would be outside of this rate setting period for both water and wastewater. Given the results of our revenue requirement, the cost basis, the development of the cost of service, the proportionality, we've developed proposed rates for the Proposition 218 process. Again, here this afternoon, we'll talk about single family and multifamily. We have also developed proposed commercial, high-strength commercial, and industrial surcharge rates on the wastewater side. This just has our single family, which is a flat fixed charge, and you can see that base fee as well as a variable charge that is for all water use up to 8 HCF. So HCF is 100 cubic feet. 100 cubic feet equals 748 gallons. Thank you. So as you can see here, we have that cap on the single family. So as your customers use water, we would increase that base fee as well as the volume charge over the 4-year period. On the multifamily side, it's the same flat fixed charge, but there's a variable charge for all HCF, 100 cubic feet of water use. Now, as a point of reference here for the multifamily customers, on a per unit or per living unit basis, these customers average closer to 4 or 5 HCF per unit. So that cap, when we reviewed this several years ago, did not really work for the multifamily customers in general. So as I mentioned, the commercial wastewater rates we have presented in the past. Here we have the water rates. This is the present and proposed fixed monthly charges. These are based on meter size. So you can see the present rates for a 5/8 inch customers, $32.60. That increases over the 4-year proposed rate period. Key point here on our cost of service approach is the proposed FY25 rates. Those are based on the calculated cost of service for fiscal year 26, 27, and 28. Those are based on the overall revenue adjustments that were identified in the revenue requirements. So we're taking into consideration how and why you incur costs and how we've developed those fixed charges, which then increase by meter size based on the size of the meter and the capacity that those meters can provide. On the volumetric or consumption side, very similar approach. As part of our requirements of Proposition 218, we need to establish the cost basis for our rates per tier. In this case, for single family and multifamily, have a tier of 0 to 4 HCF, 4 to 16 HCF, and 16 and over. And so those tier prices are based on that cost of water to provide that level of service, as well as the overall cost of service results between the volumetric and fixed component. Again, FY25 is based on our cost of service. The out 3 proposed years are based on the overall revenue adjustment. In addition to what's shown here on this slide of single family, multifamily, recycled, and commercial and industrial, we do have an irrigation rate schedules that were also part of this calculation.
Thank you, Mr. Korn. So what does this mean for our customers? This slide shows the rate impacts for the city utility bill, and the utility bill again includes water, wastewater, and solid waste. This chart shows the bill for a typical single-family residence with an average water usage of 8 HCF, wastewater service, 65-gallon trash, green waste, and recycling pickup 1 time a week. So you'll see that the total bill increase is $11.66 per month, or just under 5% for fiscal year 25. Okay. In the next couple of slides, we're going to show how the City of Santa Barbara's wastewater and water bills compare to our neighboring agencies. And this slide focuses on the wastewater bills for single-family residences, and their the rates are composed of 2 key components, which Mr. Korn mentioned. So we have our fixed monthly base charge, and then we have a volumetric charge. So that means that customers are able to reduce their wastewater bill by using less water. And most neighboring agencies charge a flat rate regardless of water usage. So on the left of the slide is the bill comparison for a low water user using 4 HCF, and on the right is the bill comparison for an average water user using 8 HCF. And as you can see, the city has competitive rates compared to neighboring agencies. On this slide, we have the comparison of a typical water bill for customers that are low water users using 4 HCF, and then the average user using 8 HCF. And again, the rate structure for residential water rates are also composed of those 2 key components. You have your fixed rate based on meter size, and then the volumetric charge, which is based on water usage. And so this means that the less water you use, the lower your bill will be, as demonstrated in these graphs. On the left is a bill comparison for a low water user. Again, that's the 4HCF. For low water users, you can see that the city has the cheapest water in the area. On the right is the bill comparison for an average water user, and again, that's using 8 HCF. And for the average water user, the city has competitive rates compared to our neighboring agencies. So we're going to take a look now at the bill comparison for multifamily, so apartments and condos, because that is an important factor here as well. This shows the total city utility bill for an average multifamily residence using 4HCF, as that is the average for the multifamily residences. You'll see a total bill increase of $9.38 per month, or an increase of 9.4%. And in this comparison, you'll notice that trash and recycling charges are not included, as those are typically paid by the landlord or HOA. And then this slide shows the bill comparison for apartments on the South Coast. So both the water and wastewater bills, again, are calculated using that 4HCF. On the left is the bill comparison for wastewater, and on the right is the bill comparison for water. And similar to the single-family residence bills, the city has the cheapest water in the area for low water users. And then there are competitive rates for wastewater rates as compared to neighboring agencies.
So as Mr. Hagmark alluded to, as we were looking at this, we went and looked at some other local and regional rate studies that were going through the same process, as well as some studies that I have been completing recently. And one of the challenges has been minimizing those rate impacts. So what you can see here on this slide is some current studies that are ongoing, going through this process, or have recently gone through this process, with the city's wastewater rates at 9.5%, the water rates at the 10.5%. We're very similar, unfortunately, to what other agencies are seeing right now. And really those key drivers are inflation, both on the operating and maintenance side, as well as the capital side, and being able to complete those capital improvement projects going forward as part of this.
Sorry, this is going to go to sleep in a second for an update. Let me just.
I put it right there.
Yeah, let's just get rid of that. No, it's good. It's like you've got 8 hours. Okay, that's fine.
Oops. And so with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Murback for the solid waste discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Korn. Mr. Mayor, City Council members, I am Dustin Murback, Environmental Specialist with the Clean Community Division. Today, I'll be presenting the proposed solid waste rates for fiscal year 2025, and that will be the single fiscal year rather than the multi-year rate notice that water and wastewater are proposing. And then the following is a summary of the solid waste rate increase presentations that were made to Finance Committee and City Council on April 9th. Next slide, please. What we have here is a representative customer impact for some of the customer sectors. We have our 1-unit small residential, which is what you have seen on that graph earlier, that depicts someone who has 65 gallons of trash, 65 gallons of green waste, and 65 gallons of recycling collected one time per week. You can see that the cost is going up from $59.82 to $60.60 for a 1.3% change. Likewise, in that sector, we have our 2 to 4 unit small residential customers. They're seeing that same, and they have a little bit more service. You are seeing that same 1.3% increase. For the 5+ unit, which is designated as our large residential sector, and this here is going to represent something that's closer to 5 units, each of which has its own trash and recycle container and has a smallish shared green waste container. They're going to see a 1.39% increase. Next slide, please. This carries on to show a large residential customer that is going to have trash in dumpsters servicing, potentially dozens of units, and they are also going to see that 1.39% increase, as well as our business customers. We have both a small one and a large one in carton can service and dumpster service respectively. Each of those will see a 2.1% increase. And these will be for monthly rate bills. And so putting that all together, we have the components of our overall revenue requirements that are embedded in these rates. And so from this, we have the overall compensation for the hauler because of our franchise agreement for this upcoming fiscal year. There's no additional compensation for our hauler Marburg, so that stays flat at 0%. For our processing and disposal costs, which are based on our material delivery agreement with the county for our participation in the resource center at the Teaguas landfill that includes a material reclamation, material recovery facility that sorts the material from our trash stream, from our recycling stream, and turns that into both marketable recycling as well as anaerobically digested organics that then become a compost as well as a methane that is recovered for energy. That contract requires us to increase our revenue requirement by 2.8%. We also have some city programs whose costs we were able to reduce, which gives us a 0.9% reduction in that component, which gives us a total change to customer charges of 1.9% increase. Next slide, please. So here again is putting that all together with the water and wastewater. We have this representative single-family residential customer who is seeing a 4.8% increase overall between all three of the proposed rate increases. And with that, I will pass it back over to Ms. Cook.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Murbach. We understand and we're empathetic that the proposed rate increases for water and wastewater are much larger than they have been in prior years. So it was important for us to inform and educate the community so that they understand the need for these increases in order to support our critical infrastructure. We've held 9 public meetings and included articles in the monthly utility bill inserts, City News and Brief, as well as the Quarterly Water Resources newsletter, as well as having an announcement in the Water Smart Customer Portal. We mailed the Prop 218 notice and outreach flyer to all of our account holders on April 24th, and then we emailed that notice to every account holder that had an active email address. We have a web page dedicated to the current rate changes with frequently asked questions section, the Prop 218 notices, the draft rate studies, links to the relevant public meetings, as well as a link to customer resources. We issued a press release on May 1st, and we did have specific outreach to Spanish radio. And we held a public webinar on May 22nd, which had a total of 4 participants, and the recording is available on the webpage in both English and Spanish. So the table on this slide tallies the number of protests received as of the end of yesterday, which was June 24th. We did receive another protest for water and wastewater right now. So if we include this one that was just received, there were 7 written protests against the water rates. When we mailed out that Prop 218 notice, we did have 6 pieces of mail that were returned to us, and so we are including those in our protest count. So we have 12 total protests against the water rates. 4 written, including this one here, against the wastewater, plus that 6 is going to give us 10 protests. There were 0 written protests for solid waste, so we're only including those 6 pieces of returned mail as protests. In order for the protests to be counted, protests must be submitted by the end of this item today, and they'll be counted. Verbal comments are not counted as protests. Instructions on how to protest were included in that Prop 218 notice. That was mailed and emailed to all of our account holders. If written protests against the proposed rates are presented by a majority of parcel owners in the city may not impose those rates. And for reference, there's about 26,000 APNs in the city. We also received comments from 7 individuals, which were not protests, but they were comments that we received, and those were generally not in support of these rate increases. So the following are the recommendations to consider for this item. So recommendation A, hold a public hearing, consider all protests, and determine if there is a majority written protest regarding proposed increases to water and wastewater rates for fiscal years 25 through 28 and solid waste rates for fiscal year 25 as required by California Constitution Article 13D, Section 6. And recommendation B, if there is no majority written protest, direct staff to prepare a rate schedule setting the water and wastewater rates for fiscal years 25 through 28 and solid waste rates for fiscal year 25, and update the schedules within the City of Santa Barbara Schedule of Penalties, Fees, Rates, and Service Charges resolution for adoption on July 2nd, 2024. And with that, we are happy to answer questions.
All right, very good. We'll go back. Council for questions. We'll mention that if there's anyone who wants to either submit a speaker slip or raise their hand online, we have until 5 minutes of 5 to do so. And we'll start out with Ms. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could we go back to slide 6? And again, I have reviewed these presentations a couple times being the chair of finance. So I want to thank city staff for your work. And the questions that I'm going to ask, mainly it's so the public at large can understand. We review these reports and it's easy for us to understand. So on slide 6, could you, workforce, changes in staff levels, does this mean like keeping our staff or hiring new staff? Can you tell me a little bit more about that? And the reason behind this question is because lately community members have asked me, are we just paying for the salaries of staff? So this is why I'm asking.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Gutierrez, fantastic question, and it's something we've struggled with because we have vacancies. We have vacancies across our water resources operations. So clearly, we are not meeting the market's needs financially because otherwise all those positions would be filled. We are constantly struggling to recruit. We have 6 vacancies right now just in water distribution alone, and really struggling. Once we even get them, a lot of them will get their certifications, and once they get those valuable certifications, which take 3 to 4 years, they leave employment here, not because they don't like it, but because it is difficult to find housing, and we just have not been able to keep up with the market on that. So we struggle, and I know this council has done a lot recently to try and bump up salaries, but it is a tough labor market. And, I think if we were paying so handsomely, we would have no vacancies, and that's not what we're wrestling with right now. We're really struggling to get people in the door, and we're trying to get into colleges and junior colleges to try and make sure people know that we're a solid employer that would love to have them come work for us.
Thank you for that information. And aging wastewater and water infrastructure. So when this presentation came to me and they said, Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez, we're going to raise the water fees. I said, what? And automatically I thought about my dad. Even though I'm a renter, I don't pay water. It comes within the rent. And I said, oh, that's going to increase my rent. And then especially the times that we're living in right now, I said, the public's going to freak out. And I think it was the director of Public Works started to tell me a little bit more about the infrastructure. And aging of our infrastructure is severe. And so could you explain a little bit about to the public, like how important it is that we invest in our infrastructure now? Because I was blown away that if we encounter another, like an earthquake, which we are prone, or these natural disasters, Santa Barbara is going to be find ourselves in a very difficult situation. So could you just explain to the public a little bit more about that?
Absolutely, and I appreciate that because I think we often may take for granted just how challenging of a place that we live in. We are prone to wildfires, flooding, we've seen mudslides, we've got earthquakes. We just have a lot of natural disasters that plague our community. And in many ways, it makes it very challenging to make sure that we're ready to manage that. And one prime example that we're hopefully looking forward to getting into construction on is we have a 50-plus-year-old electrical system at our wastewater treatment plant. We buy parts on eBay to keep it running, and we've had some major issues that our operators have scrambled to keep things going there, and we're desperately needing to replace that. And we've seen that project, it was originally estimated to be a $20 million project, and that was 2019 we were estimating. We're anticipating it's going to come in somewhere around $45 million to just replace the electrical system at our wastewater treatment plant. And again, 50 years of service out of that. We've got a long life out of that electrical system, but that just personifies some of the challenges. The water main breaks that I'm sure some of our community members know too well, because some of those streets we are just trying to get. We've got multiple local contractors working on, but even those costs in the last 5 years have doubled. We went from roughly a $8-9 million main replacement program to now pushing $16-17 million annual replacement for that same 2% of our system, which is roughly about 6 miles. So it really challenged to keep up with this infrastructure. It is an old city, which is, other cities are going to find themselves in this spot soon, but we're kind of the first ones to go there and really have to be aggressive with this, because we know what happens when we take our foot off of that infrastructure maintenance. It just starts cascading, and we're spending too much time responding to emergencies and not enough time being proactive. So.
Thank you. And for slides 13 and 16, so for the public that's looking at the slides, and it happened to me, I just had to get clarification from one of my colleagues, but I want to point it out. So if somebody's seen these slides for the first time, there's a difference in the single-family residence, $11.66, and for the business, it says for business, it's slide 16, $9.38. For somebody that's just looking at this slide and is tuning in for the first time because they just found out that the water rates are going to go up, can you explain to them why apartments and condos, it's $9.38 versus a single-family home?
It's kind of apples to oranges here, because we're talking, this one doesn't also have solid waste built into it, but our apartment complexes typically are using less water. Their bill is about half, overall is about half the cost. But a lot of those things that we're seeing, and this is what we wrestled with too, is the fixed charges going up. So those are the things that allow us to pay our loans. Like, those are the things that basically keep the lights on. And then there's the variable charge. So a lot of our fixed charges are going up, and that's why you're seeing probably theirs going up significantly, but it's still, again, under $10 for them. Not to discount it, but it is tough, because that fixed charge for them is a much bigger element. Variable is less significant.
Thank you. And as city staff knows, I'm going to talk about the outreach. So thank you so much for reaching out to our Spanish local radio station. I don't think we've actually used that resource enough. So I was really happy to see that you guys definitely did your homework. Could you give me a little bit of feedback of, did you just pay for the outreach, or did you guys get any feedback afterwards? Just tell me a little bit more about using that resource now versus not doing it in the past. Just tell the public a little bit about it.
And in particular, you're talking about Spanish radio? And so when we have our public releases, they're on the distribution list, and then we also email them separately with our talking points. I can't verify if it actually got on the radio, because that is up to the staff and the programming. But we did submit it twice to them through the regular distribution channels and then a separate email.
And those are all my questions. Thank you.
All right, very good. And with that, we'll go to public speakers. I have Jeffrey Young. Doesn't appear to be here. Chorus, yes, sir.
Honorable Mayor, I just wanted to mention Commissioner Young was here representing Water Commission, as was Commissioner or Vice Chair Cora Snyder was here as well. They both had time commitments and they couldn't stay. They left written comments. If you'd like, I can distribute those. In summary, they're both, as difficult as this is, and they recognize this is difficult, they both support this and certainly had lots of questions for staff as we went through this as to why. So I'd be happy to share those comments with the city clerk.
That'd be fine. They wanted to miss all this. I can't believe that. Okay, very good. Mr. Clerk, do we have any speakers online for this?
Yes, I actually have Cora Snyder online.
Okay, there we go.
Cora Snyder, if
So
you
much
would
for
like to
that, Mr.
unmute
Hagmark.
yourself.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Well, thank you, Mayor Rouse and council members. My name is Cora Snyder. As mentioned, I am a member of the Water Commission and I'm a senior water policy researcher. I'd like to make brief comments in support of the proposed water and wastewater rate changes. And first, I just want to acknowledge that the proposed, around 10% average annual increases are high, and there's no way around that. But the city has carefully evaluated the rate adjustments needed to maintain these essential services, and the increases reflect that. And I want to remind us that it's not just the water molecules that we're paying for. The real cost and the real value here are the pumps, pipes, and people dedicated to ensuring that we have safe, clean drinking water ready at our taps every day. Second, I want to emphasize that it is always less expensive and less disruptive to invest proactively in operating and maintaining our system than waiting and paying for catastrophe later. The city is not unique in facing aging water and wastewater infrastructure. This is happening across the country. But what is unique is the proactive approach that the city is taking, which helps sustain high quality of service and prevent harm down the line. And this is especially true in the face of increasing extreme events, as mentioned earlier. And then third, I just want to remind us that water is a human right, and every person should have access to safe drinking water and sanitation services. And the rising costs of these services can put undue burden on the residents that are already struggling to make ends meet. The city did recently undertake a water affordability assessment, and it's one of the most comprehensive assessments of this nature that I've seen in my decade as a water researcher. So that assessment is a bit tangential to these rates, but I really look forward to seeing how the recommendations and results of that assessment get incorporated as these rate adjustments go into play to make sure that every resident has access to these essential services, particularly our lowest income residents. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. More speakers online, Mr. Clerk?
We do have one additional. Tyler Cunningham, if you can unmute yourself, please. Tyler Cunningham. Tyler Cunningham.
Apologies, I raised my hand at a time I was waiting for public comment after the entire session.
No further.
All right, very good. Thank you. Ms. Snedden, back to Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I just first want to thank Mr. Hagmark for your opening comments and really highlighting sensitivity to that any rate increase has big impacts. And as liaison for Water Commission, just the conversations, I think you would all be so very proud of your Water Commission and the very detailed discussions about impacts to ratepayers, to renters. Will this be, passed on in the bill? And how many times it went back to be worked and reworked. And I can say that the Water Commission, the water, the wastewater departments, all of staff present here and more have really worked really, really hard to get those rates down as far as possible. And still some of those things are uncomfortable, deferring maintenance, doubling up staff time. You have fewer staff doing more with fewer resources, and it is most definitely taking a toll, I think, on the department. Some things that have come up in the discussions are how much of first responders, workers within the water department are, 24/7, need to be available, need to be here, also during storms and major events. And it's a difficult balance keeping the rates low and also holding on to our really valuable staff and hoping that you don't leave. So the level of service, very high level of service to the community, and really doing that with less over time. We're still lower than most of our surrounding areas in terms of what we're charging our customers. I just have a really high level of confidence that every effort has been made to be as lean as possible and to have the impacts be as small as possible, and how seriously this whole department has taken all of that. Just since it came up, we really need to up our game in being competitive employers, and looking at that over time. And it's a really difficult conversation because of enterprise fund and how it always comes back on ratepayers. So just as we as a city are dealing with inflation, I think there's sensitivity here that so are our employees, so are our community members. All of the things that we're struggling with and that cost us more also costs everybody impacted more. So as Cora said, the real cost of pumps, pipes, and people. It's also come up at Water Commission, the cost of energy and included in that. And still we deliver clean, safe drinking water for 2 cents a gallon, which is pretty incredible. So I think I just really wholeheartely recommend staff recommendation, and that you've really, really gone above and beyond in trying to get those down as much as possible. And Mr. Corn, getting so used to seeing you so frequently, thank you for your work also in coming back. I'm happy to make the motion for staff recommendation when the time comes.
Mr. Jordan. So you're seconding?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll second that. But it wouldn't be a water discussion without me thanking you for the graphics, right? So the One Water graphics are a far cry from 10 years ago when it was just, well, the rest of the noticing, right? So I just want to thank you for that effort. Just, the talk about vacancies, and you specifically mentioning both difficulty for housing and pilfering with neighbor agencies when we do the work to get things. I had time in my life a few Saturdays ago doing a half day with a fire department ride along, and what I took away a lot from that. But one of the key things I took away from that are kind of a bigger scope picture is that every young firefighter I meet, younger than me, younger than Pat McRoy, yeah, exactly, doesn't live in town. And the turnover, probably globally, when you look at city staff, on the average age of our city staff now, and somebody's got these numbers. I know fire does, I know police do, I know probably all the frontline managers do, on what the next 5 or 10 years is going to be like for people that move into retirement, and what we're left with is the younger coming up people. The people that are moving into retirement are like, I'll just use fire as an example, or like Pat McRoy, who worked here like 100 years. When he got here, he could afford to buy a house, and he became part of the community. When he was not working his 2 days on and available for his 3 days off, he was doing things in the city also, participating in the community, probably doing work that was promotional work and philanthropic work on behalf of the city. And we're on a pathway to lose that benefit. Not only just do we fight with wage rates, we fight with vacancy rates, but we're also going to, even if we kind of sort of help to address some of those, we're going to end up with a workforce that predominantly doesn't live here and is significantly different of a dynamic locally in the community than your or my parents were, or Randy was. So I think it's when we're talking, whenever we're talking, when we're talking supporting departments individually in terms of keeping people paid, keeping people trained, when we're supporting globally by looking at housing and what we can do there. I think it's not a here and now, and it is a here and now, but it's not just a here and now. There's really a consequence coming when the type of workforce we're having is on a pathway to shift, where they're no longer part of the community as they were in a prior generation. And so I'm really just talking left and right more than I'm talking at you guys, because it's really how we react to that and put policy in place every day. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, if there are no further comments, we do have a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any further discussion, or does everybody understand the motion? Mr. Clerk, do your thing.
This vote is to adopt the staff recommendation moved by Councilmember Sneddon and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Jordan. You can go ahead and vote, please.
Recommendation passed unanimously. Thank you very much. We are preparing to perhaps move back to the previous hearing, depending on the news from Mr. DiMartini.
I just got a word that it's probably another 45 minutes. They're about halfway done.
Wow. Sounds like we're taking a break.
That's a good word.
One potato, two potato takes a while. reconvene the hearing on item 13. Mr. Bodett, what's the news?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, so the ballot tabulation has been completed, and it did not result in a majority protest. Ballots representing $587,482.32 were in financial obligations were submitted in opposition of the assessment. Ballots representing $877,403.46 in proportional financial obligation were submitted in support of the assessment. The item is now back before council to act
Well,
upon.
I'm glad it didn't result in a negative. That's the weirdest language ever. Okay. And I just want to remind public that's listening in, this isn't a city-driven process. This is a private sector-driven process. So we just get to ratify and put in the code. So, Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. This is a historic moment. This is so exciting, and I'm so impressed with our whole community, actually, that we're all in this together and want to see improvements and now have empowered yourselves to direct those improvements. And I just couldn't be more excited. And thank you, Mr. Bodett, for the really excellent community education campaign. And I think this really is, well, it's historic. It's really coming together and it's going to mean great, great things for our community. I did want to go ahead and ask City Attorney Connect if we had some maybe language that you could suggest for us if we would like to move forward today without delay, but possibly then have amendments that allow for those 6 or 7 confirmed residential properties to be omitted.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Sneddon. So if the majority of the council wanted to take that action and move forward today to adopt the resolution proposed by staff. So what I would recommend, the way to do that, and thinking further on this, considering what Councilmember Jordan said earlier, I think that there is a way that we can do that, adding staff direction to confirm the owner occupation of those uses. So what I would suggest is that council would want to find that single-family owner-occupied parcels do not receive a special benefit from the assessment district, and then, take the 2 actions, or action B, which would be to adopt the resolution. And then the language I would suggest would be to direct staff to revise the district boundaries, to remove the parcels, and then I would read into the record the assessor's parcel numbers of the 5 parcels, subject to staff confirmation that the parcels are used as owner-occupied single-family residential uses.
Thank you. And so
if you want me to read into the record the APNs and actually give you that specific language, I can do that now. But I'll wait until you make a motion and for that.
well, I'll make a motion and see if that had a motion that finds that the owner-occupied single-family residents do not receive special benefit from the district, to adopt, by reading of title only, a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara forming the Downtown Santa Barbara Community Benefit Improvement District, and to come back with a
Right,
revision.
so no, not to come back. So it would be to direct staff to revise the district boundary map, to remove parcels APN 039-133-008, parcel APN number 031-271-021, parcel APN number 031-271-022, APN number 031-271-023, 029-023, APN number 029-211-020, and APN number 037-211-004, subject to staff confirmation that the parcels are used as owner-occupied single-family residential uses.
So moved.
Moved, Sneddon, second by Jordan. A quick question to the motion. Ms. Hartman brought this up earlier. Does that mean in perpetuity? So if the parcel were sold and converted to commercial use?
Mr. Mayor, so we are amending the district map, so that would mean that these parcels are removed from the district, so yes.
In perpetuity, okay.
But that, this district is only created for 5 years, initially 5 years, so for the duration of the assessment district, yes.
So if a conversion were to happen, you could address that in the 5-year term?
Correct, but they're out of the district.
Okay, all right. Ms. Gutierrez?
I'm really happy to hear this news. I have seen firsthand how both the downtown organization and the chamber and city staff has worked really hard. I do want to take this moment, and I forgot to say it in my previous comment, the importance of building partnerships, building community, and keep on building community. I was born and raised, never left, and something that makes Santa Barbara very unique is that we know how to come together. But I think in the last 4 years, there's been so much division, and I think the CBID really made everybody realize that we're all in this together. We cannot function with being divided. And so this, for me, is such a huge win, being in leadership, and finally there's community again. And I'm really hopeful with the new leadership that we have with our new city administrator, and I think we're definitely moving forward. So thank you so much.
Mr. Gutierrez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question. So how does this affect if those residents are short-term vacation rentals?
Councilmember Gutierrez, so that is what staff has been directed to do, is to verify that they are not short-term vacation rentals, if we can make that verification.
And if they do become vacation rentals later on?
As I just mentioned to the mayor, these parcels would be out of the district, so
They wouldn't be required
would
to?
not be affected.
Okay.
Because they're out of the district.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Jordan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It'd take 2 years to go through the process to become a short-term vacation rental outside the coastal zone, so the effect wouldn't be bad. I want to echo both council members so far. I particularly like the we're all in this together, and I was really prompted to speak since I saw Barbara Anderson sneak into the room in the back, because in this particular case, it's a business district, but what's good for the businesses is good for the rest of us too, particularly in the downtown corridor. So I can't express more my enthusiasm for being a business shill here and the benefit it's going to provide to the businesses, but that's not even going to trickle down. It's going to trickle sideways immediately and just benefit the whole downtown corridor. So totally in support of this, obviously, and thank you to the team out there for all the hard work and perseverance.
All right, if there is no further comments, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion on the motion? Everybody understand the motion? Let's go to the tote board.
We have the motion by Councilmember Sten and seconded by Councilmember Jordan. Go ahead and vote.
Pass unanimously, thank you. Okay. Council and staff communications, council member engagements. Anyone? Ms. Sneddon?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Attended a Juneteenth celebration. It really was a wonderful event. New Beginnings Luncheon, celebrating and honoring Susan Rose and Salud Carbajal. and attended the opening of the Boys and Girls Club of downtown Santa Barbara, the reopening. That's really great. And then with all of you, I really wanted to mention the ribbon cutting and the opening of the Faro Center and how really wonderful that is.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended the Cox ribbon cutting for their new solar project out in Goleta. And as we know, Cox provides most of our internet access to the entire region. Was honored to be able to do the Pledge of Allegiance at the McKinley school graduation. Attended the Pride event at the Rooftop Canary. Attended the NAACP meeting. Also attended the circus, came into town, and it was a lot of fun. Really encourage everyone to attend the circus when they come back next year. Let's see. Also attended the Live Chronicles yearly fundraiser. That was a great event. Juneteenth celebration. I also attended that. That was, so great to see that in our community. Attended the Revenue and Taxation Policy Committee meeting for the Latino Sister Cities chapter. It's really interesting to see what all the other cities are facing when it comes to their revenue and taxation as well. Attended the 20th anniversary of the New Beginnings Safe Parking Program. That was great. Attended the Downtown Food and Beverage Committee meeting, the Arts Advisory Committee meeting. Attended Fiesta Ranchera out in Goleta. Really looking forward to the 100th anniversary of Fiestas. Attended the Solstice Parade with many of you. We bared the heat. That was really, really fun. Attended the ribbon cutting of the new Boys and Girls Club on the east side. It's really encouraging to see so many community members come together for that. Attended the Ensemble Theater's fundraiser. I want to say that I was really impressed with the Ensemble Theater. They won 2 regional awards. They beat out all of cities like San Diego and Los Angeles for being the most equitable theater company in the entire region. I was kind of blown away that they won those 2. Everybody was, but it's also very prideful. And attended the ribbon cutting for the new daytime navigation center. And I also want to say with a sad note that kind of like a very well-known city legend passed away. We always knew him as Weed Jesus, but his real name was Ikuma Otusu. I hope I said that right. And, even though I didn't really get to know him that well, but I did get to interact with him from time to time. He walked around barefoot in rows carrying the Bible and smoking weed. So that's who he was, and that's how the community remembered him. And he was one of the characters that made Santa Barbara a special place, and we got to remember people like that. Thank you.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. I just have 2 items. Also attended the Daytime Navigation Faro Center opening and want to thank all the work that went into it, Ms. Anderson, all our staff. And with the item we just passed, and that it's major positive changes coming to downtown, and those 2 will work together. And it's really kind of poetic that they're back-to-back days. So, and then also attended the New Beginnings 20th anniversary for the Safe Parking Program, and wanted to recognize my former boss, Congressman Salud Carbajal. He was the chief of staff to then Supervisor Naomi Schwartz, who I also want to recognize, and former county supervisor Susan Rose. The 3 of them really worked to make that program happen, and a lot of other people as well. But it was Supervisor Rose and Supervisor Schwartz at the Board of Supervisors at the time, and Supervisor Marshall, who really pushed that through. And when it got stalled, to put the first parking lot in at the county administration building. So I really want to recognize the former supervisors for their work in getting that, and New Beginnings as well, and all those who made that happen. And it's now a nationwide model that we can be proud of. Thank you.
Ms. Gutierrez.
Real quick, I attended on Sunday the ribbon cutting for the Boys and Girls Club, and it was really special because I got to see a lot of my mentors growing up coming back, because they actually were kids at the Boys and Girls Club, and so it was, for District 1, it was a big celebration. And thank you, Ms. Anderson, for such a great work, and the team for our new navigation center that we have for the homeless. So thank you so much.
All right, I actually went somewhere myself. I went to the Philippine-American Friendship event, which is an annual event. I was there as a speaker, and it was a reminder of a quiet community, but a community that really is a part of the fabric of Santa Barbara. And they've got a building right downtown, and they all wanted to ask about State Street, so I gave them all your cell phone numbers. And with that, we stand adjourned.